You have a mighty arm, your hand is strong, your right hand lifted up on high. You have a mighty arm, your hand is strong, your right hand lifted up on high. You have a mighty arm, your hand is strong, your right hand lifted up on high. Righteousness, the foundation of your throne. Kindness, power, and truth go before your face. Blessed are those who know your trumpets blow. Blessed are those who know your trumpets blow. Let us sing for joy all our days. You are the light and we exalt your mighty name. Let us sing for joy all our days. You are the light and we exalt your mighty name. Yahuwah, Yahuwah, you are the light and we exalt your mighty name. Yahuwah, Yahuwah, you are the light and we exalt your mighty name. You have a mighty arm, your hand is strong, your right hand lifted up on high. You have a mighty arm, your hand is strong, your right hand lifted up on high. You have a mighty arm, your hand is strong, your right hand lifted up on high. You have a mighty arm, your hand is strong, your right hand lifted up on high. Let us sing for joy all our days. You are the light and we exalt your mighty name. Sing for joy all our days. You are the light and we exalt your mighty name. Yahuwah, Yahuwah, you are the light and we exalt your mighty name. Yahuwah, Yahuwah, you are the light and we exalt your mighty name. You are the light and we exalt your mighty name. You are the light and we exalt your mighty name. You have a mighty arm, your hand is strong, your right hand is lifted up on high. You have a mighty arm, your hand is strong, your right hand is lifted up on high. You have a mighty arm, your hand is strong, your right hand is lifted up on high. You have a mighty arm.
Hear, O Yisrael, Yahuwah Elohim. Yahuwah is one. And you shall love Yahuwah your Elohim with all your heart and with all your being and with all your might. And these words which I am commanding you today shall be in your heart, and you shall impress them upon your children, and shall speak of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up, and shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. And you shall write them on the doorpost of your house and on your gates. And the second one is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. Shabbat shalom, everybody. Hey, y'all made it. Boy, it seems like I ain't been on here in months. All righty, here we are on almost Shabbat here in Texas, still daylight out. But I'm sure it's dark on the East Coast by now. Should be anyway. And so we begin to rest today in the evening, from evening to evening, in Yahuwah's rest. Not our own rest, not according to our own knowledge or our own understanding or our own wants and wishes and desires, but we rest in Yahuwah's rest and serve Yahuwah on this set apart day called Shabbat. Wow, we got a good one this evening. This is comes as a request by Mrs. Phyllis White. And as I began to search into this request that she made, I found it to be one of the most intriguing studies I think I've ever done with Yahusha. And he was opening up my eyes to all kinds of spiritual insights and visions. And it was just an amazing study. So I hope I can share it correctly with you with the help of Yahusha. Maybe we all can partake in this spiritual vision and understanding, spiritual understanding this evening. Hopefully by the end of the study, we're going to understand a whole lot more about what it means to walk in the Ruach and in truth. So again, this comes as a request from Mrs. Phyllis White, Sunshine Grandma, a.k.a. Sunshine Grandma, and her husband, Lou White, which I'm proud to call both of them brother and sister in Mashiach, and call them friends in the flesh. And so here we go, folks. We're setting out on this is going to be a fantastic adventure. We're going to embark on a really fantastic adventure this evening. It's going to be a long one. So, set up and let's make the best of it. And if it gets too long where you just can't make it and you got to hit the sack, well, then you can get up and watch it on Shabbat or some other time, because we're very fortunate that these studies of ours are recorded. So we can go back and click on them and watch them anytime we want to, or rewatch if we need to. So without any further ado here, let me go say hi to some people and we'll get started. All right. Oh, by the way, before I forget, I got an announcement here now. Next week, I won't be here. So the channel will not be broadcasting or next week. Okay. Next weekend on Shabbat or on the 6th day or the 7th day, either one. I'm going on vacation, so they're going to be there won't be any broadcast. If I get enough time, which I probably will not, I could do a recorded program and let it play auto, but I probably ain't going to have time to do it. So we're going to skip a week, and then I should be back the following weekend. If I'm not, that just means I'm still on vacation. That's what that means. So 1 or 2 weekends I won't be here. 1 for sure, possibly 2. 50-50 shot, I'll be here in the second week from now. Okay. Like I said, if I'm not here, that just means I'm still on vacation. It doesn't mean that the channel shut down or anything. Okay. All right. So let me say hello to a few people here. Peggy Russell, glad you're here, sister. Phil Dickey, glad you're here, brother. Raul, glad you're here, brother. Yami, glad you're here, sister. Sandra, glad you're here, sister. Cato, glad you're here, brother. Lou, glad you're here, brother. Phyllis, glad you're here, sister. Ronald Sturenberg, glad you're here, brother. Joseph Hessen, glad you're here, brother. Lateran, glad you're here, sister. William Kennedy, glad you're here, brother. Isaiah Diaz, glad you're here, brother. Ted Boyd, glad you're here, brother. Joshua Yah, glad you're here, brother. Kinsley Yah, glad you're here, sister. All right. And the rest of you that aren't in the chat room and are just watching, Shabbat Shalom to y'all too. All righty. I'm glad you're all here. All righty. Let's kind of get going here because this, like I said, this is probably going to end up being a long one. But what we're going to be speaking about this evening mostly here is the spiritual dimension. Okay, so we've been studying quite a while now in Paul's epistles, and we're now currently in Hebrews, which is a very spiritual epistle, and so we're beginning to get spiritual insight. We're beginning to learn that there's something else out there other than our reality in this carbon copy world we're living in. There's something else. We've all got stories of what we've seen or what maybe we haven't seen, but most of us can agree that there's something else going on outside of the perimeters of our reality. And so what do we call this? Well, usually we can call it the spiritual world. And this is the carbon world or the fleshly world and the spirit world. We can call it a different dimension. We can call it a different realm, and other things that people do refer to the flesh and the spirit world as different realms of reality. Okay, so one may ask, what is a dimension or dimensional realm? Okay, and the, I guess, proper definition of that would be that a dimension realms or dimensional realms are a dimension. A dimension is a level of consciousness. And within a dimension, you have realms. A realm is a particular level of consciousness in which an individual lives and functions. So you can have an infinite number of realms within a dimension. It's like it would be, you could compare it to the light and the sound spectrums or frequencies. So in other words, you can have different frequencies within the same existence dimension or even realm, and you can have a realm, a dimension with its realms in the same universe operating within different frequency bands. Okay, so that's kind of like something that maybe our mind can wrap around, but it's what's really important is that we clarify that dimensions and realms within our universe are interchangeable. And even the dimensions and realms, speaking as a words, comparing the words, are interchangeable words. And they often do refer to the same thing. So a dimension is a portion of reality within a specific universe. The same as for a realm. Okay. And so if we can wrap our minds around that, then we can begin to understand and even believe that perhaps this carbon copy world that we're living in is nothing other than a different realm of reality within the same universe, and either parallel or in the spiritual realm within the same universe. Okay, so that's basically what this is telling us. Like I said, compare the light and the sound within the same reality. Okay, operating at different frequency bands. Everything has its own frequency band to operate in. Okay, so if we could travel between these frequency bands, then we can see different things, okay, such as a spiritual reality, or coming the other way back into a carbon reality. All right. So I'm not a scientist or anything, but this is about the best I can explain this to you, so you can see that there is an existence. There's a reality here that's more than meets the eye. Okay. Just because we can't see it doesn't mean it's not real. Matter of fact, if we can't see it, it's temporary and it will be destroyed. If we can't see it, the unseen is eternal and will always be here, because it's the original, it's real, it's reality, it's the truth. Okay. A carbon copy is no more than something that's presented to express the original and may or may not exist into eternity. But common sense says it will not, because it's just a carbon copy, so it has to corrupt and disintegrate at some point. Okay? So that's about the best I can explain that. Now, as far as we go into Scripture here, some people in Scripture we read have saw what Scripture sometimes calls heaven. And so some saw heaven. Some have even saw Yahuwah, and they've even saw Yahuwah sitting on the throne as they were able to see into heaven. Some have saw into heaven, but a better way of saying it would be some have seen into the spiritual dimension within our universe. Now, I can go real deep on this, but I probably better not, because I don't want to. I know if people are scratching their head already, so I'm going to try to keep it at a lower level so we can all be on the same page here. So others have seen and recorded in scriptures, have seen future events, okay, that will become a reality in this carbon world we're living in. Okay, they've seen future events. But some have also saw not only future events in this carbon world, but some have even seen the millennium reign. Some have even saw into eternity, man, which is a total spiritual reality. Carbon copy being gone, nothing but spiritual reality remains. Some have seen into there. So existing in the spiritual dimension, they've seen people and Yahusha existing in a spiritual dimension upon a new world. with a new heaven. So they've seen that far. They've seen that deep into the spiritual dimension and the future that it contains, way beyond our carbon copy existence. Don't forget, 6,000 years is all this carbon copy world has, and lights out. It will be renewed for 1,000 years of millennium rest under Yahusha, but after that, it's gone. It will be burned up and destroyed, and we will receive a new heaven and a new earth. Okay, so it seems to me that the new world, the new heaven, and the new earth, if we say earth, really, we'd have to say world, it's going to be spiritual. It's going to be part of the spiritual dimension. Why? Because flesh and blood cannot inherit the reign of Yahuwah. The reign of Yahuwah is eternity. It's what we're all striving for, to be there on the new world with Yahuwah. Okay, so again, we need to realize here that when Scripture says heaven, then we're talking about maybe a better way of seeing that or thinking about that would be the spiritual dimension or the spiritual realm. Different spiritual realms within the spiritual dimension that some people call 3 heavens or 7 heavens. All right. Okay. So what are we saying? Okay, we're saying that there's a spiritual world and there's a fleshly world. The spiritual world is eternal. The fleshly world is temporal, and will be destroyed by fire. All right. So before we begin, I just want to make sure we're clear now on what we're looking at here. So some people have seen. Scripture says that some have seen heaven and different levels of heaven, and it also says that many people have seen into the spiritual dimension. Okay, into spiritual world. And we are going to look at both in this study. Okay, because they intersect, they interact, they intermingle. It's the same thing. It's all part of the spiritual dimension. Okay, so yeah, it's going to get deep. So here we go. Just look, try to absorb this, try to open up your mind, pray that Yahuwah gives you edification of his word. Pray that he opens up your mind to understand the scriptures of truth. Pray that he gives you spiritual insight and understanding in order to understand Yahuwah better and the scriptures better. Okay, that's the first thing you need to do. And then we'll just go with it. Now, use an exegesis mindset, please. Don't start trying to listen to what I say and then thumb through there and try to find something, a verse, cherry pick some verse somewhere to try to contradict what I'm saying or whatever. This is not a wise way to study scriptures, okay? So we're going to present the case, the evidence, the writings of truth, and we should absorb it and listen and absorb what's being given to us here, because what's given to us is ours. The secret things belong to Yahuwah, but what's given to us belongs to us. It's ours, and we're allowed to pass it on to our children. So listen up. Listen up. Be very conscientious about who's teaching us this evening. It's not me. Don't look at this flesh. Look up at your creator, your Messiah, your deliverer, your teacher, your rabbi, your father. your Redeemer. It's Yahusha, not me. I'm just a mouthpiece here. All right. So here we go. Let's start this study off in Genesis 28, 12 and 22. 12 through 22. If you keep looking at the flesh, looking at me, I'm going to ruffle your feathers. I'm going to step on your toes. I'm going to rattle your chain. You're probably going to hate me because I'm telling the truth. So don't look at me. Look at Yahusha. Open your ears and listen to what's being said, not how I'm saying it or how I look. Because that's what the devil wants you to do. If he can distract you and divide us, and then you've stepped into his snare of division, and denomination. And you'll fall prey to him rather than receive the word of truth gladly, in which we're supposed to do. It's all in our attitudes, man, up here. It's in our minds. Have a change of mind. Change your consciousness. Don't feel like you're a sinner, or you're an evil person, or you're a bad person. You're not worthy to be chosen. Stop thinking like that. Have a change of your conscious mind. Think of the good things, the things from above, the spiritual things. Okay? And he dreamed and saw a ladder. I'm in Genesis 28:12. And he dreamed and saw a ladder set up on the arets, and its top reached to the Shemayim, and saw messengers of Elohim going up and coming down on it. Obviously, this is Yaakov or Jacob. And see, Yahuwah stood above it and said, I am Yahuwah Elohim of Abraham your father, and of Elohim, and Elohim of Yitzchak, and the land on which you are lying, I give it to you and your seed. So here we go. Jacob he dreamed, and he saw this ladder set up to the arets, and reached up to Shemayim. Messengers are going up and down on it. Yahuwah standing at the top of the ladder. Okay. Did Yahuwah open up his mind to see into the spiritual dimension while he slept? You better believe it. Yes, he did. Some people see these things as a dream, others as a vision, others he just plain out opens up the Shemayim and lets them see it, man, firsthand when they're wide awake. Some are taken there by messengers. So we're going to get through all this. This is just the first one. And your seed shall be as the dust of the arets, and you shall break forth to the west and to the east and to the north and the south. And all the clans of the arets shall be blessed in you and in your seed. And see, I am with you, and shall guard you wherever you go, and shall bring you back to this land. For I am not going to leave you until I have done what I have spoken to you. Isn't that interesting? He's not going to leave them. He's going to guard them wherever they go, and he's going to bring them back into this land. And Jacob awoke from his sleep and said, truly, Yahuwah is in this place, and I did not know it. And he was afraid and said, how awesome is this place? This is none other than the house of Elohim, and this is the gate of the Shemayim. So here Jacob has a full understanding. He's totally sober. He's totally wide awake in understanding the fact that Yahuwah just showed him the spiritual dimension. He's saying this is real. Yahuwah is here. This is the gate of Shemayim. This ain't listening to dream. This is real, man. I just saw where Yahuwah exists, where truth and love resides. So he's flipping out, right? Yeah. So it wasn't just a normal dream, and he knows it. And Yaakov rose early in the morning and took the stone that he had put at his head, set it up as a standing column, and poured oil on top of it. And he called the name of that place Bethel, However, the name of that city had been Luz previously. So this Bethel, which was Luz, and now it's Bethel, which is a small city just north of Jerusalem, just north of it, not too far. And Yahuwah made a vow, saying, seeing Elohim is with me and has kept me in this way that I am going, and has given me bread to eat and a garment to put on, when I have returned to my father's house in peace, and Yahuwah has been my Elohim, then this stone which I have set as a standing column shall be Elohim's house, and of all that you give me, I shall certainly give a tenth to you. Very interesting, right? Okay, bam. So here we go. Jacob got a glimpse into the Shemayim. All right, and he not only mentions it, but he describes it for us, what he saw in the spiritual dimension and through his dream. Okay? So this is very, very cool. Let's go to Exodus 24. Like I said, I'm going to get a little bit deeper, and it's going to go against a lot of the things that you thought you knew because you were taught it by uninformed teachers as a child. And it's we got to pour that out. We got to get rid of what we've been taught so that we can bring in the new wine. Don't forget that. But the biggest thing we want to get out of this study here tonight, this evening, is that there's a spiritual realm, and we need to learn how to get to it, because that's where Yahuwah is. That's where he wants us at. He wants us walking in the spirit and the truth. Okay, and you can only walk in this ruach in the truth if you're in the spiritual realm. Even if you're in this realm, within this spiritual dimension, we can still walk in the ruach, in the truth, by being set apart from this fleshly reality, this carbon reality. So that's why we have to set ourselves apart in order to cross over into that spiritual realm within the spiritual dimension. It's called Hebrew, over. Get over. Get out of this carbon world, this temporal world, and over into the spiritual dimension. Okay, so this is what we're focusing on here. We're trying to help people. Because you got to get there, man. You're going to find that out as we continue to study. You can't stay in this fleshly world, in this carbon world, and go to a circus and sit there on the first day of the week and give the preacher man your money and go home and think you're going to make it into the spiritual realm. Because you're not. Why? Because you're remaining in the carbon world. You're not going there. You're spinning your wheels right here in this carbon world, this carbon copy. Okay, so let's go to Exodus 24:10. Let's say 9 and 10, 24, 9 and 10. And Moshe went up, also Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Yesharel. And they saw the Elohim of Yesharel, and under his feet, like a paved work of sapphire stone, and like the Shemayim for brightness. So there you go. Here is a vision into the dimensional realm, okay, that 70 plus people saw. Nearly 100 saw this glimpse. They got a glimpse into the spiritual dimension or spiritual realm, whatever you want to say. Okay. How do I know that? Because it says so. Listen to this. You tell me, have you ever seen anything in our physical, fleshly reality in this carbon copy world that sounds like this? And they saw the Elohim of Yesharel. They saw Yahuwah. That's number one. Yahuwah is spiritual. And under his feet, like a paved work of sapphire stone, and like the Shemayim for brightness. Have you ever saw anything like that? I've never have. So obviously they're looking into getting a glimpse into the spiritual dimension here. So here over 100 people has got a glimpse of the spiritual world. It's pretty clear there. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, we're going to get just a little bit deeper on you here. Exodus 25, 8 and 9, okay? And this is going to play out in the long run. You'll understand a lot more. So just bear with me here as we're getting started. Okay. All right. So Exodus 25, 8 and 9 says, and they shall make me a set apart place. Set apart from what? From the fleshly realm. That's what. It's just a spiritual place now. You don't think there's spiritual places on this fleshly realm? Then why did Yahuwah tell Moshe and Joshua, actually, to take off thy shoes, for you are standing on set apart ground? Spiritual ground. You're on spiritual ground, buddy, in the spiritual dimension. Take your shoes off. Okay. And they shall make me a set apart place, and I shall dwell in their midst. According to all that I show you, the pattern of the dwelling place and the pattern of all its furnishings, make it exactly so. Make it exactly so. So what's going on here? Well, this is where Yahusha showed, or Yahuwah showed Moshe the spiritual dimension on top of the mountain. So he got to look into the reality, into the spiritual dimension. He got to look at truth, at eternity, eternal, which original, not the carbon copy, but he got to see something else. And he was told to make a tabernacle. He was given the instructions for the tabernacle, and he was showed everything in the spiritual realm that's the original stuff. See, this carbon copy is just a copy. It's a shadow of what the reality is, what truth is, what really exists before this carbon copy world came in to play, before it showed up within the universe or the dimension. Okay. Everything was already there. That's here. So this became a carbon copy of what was already there. You see that? So after Yahusha showed Moshe everything in the spiritual realm, the dimension, he told him, you make everything in this world that I've showed you, and you make it exactly so. You want it to be the exact representation of what was in the spiritual realm. That's eternal. Remember, this is only temporal. And so they set out to do that. And so as you read down through there, I can show you real quick what I'm talking about, but I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on it because we're going to come back and revisit it. So go to Hebrews 8, just real quickly, because I want you to understand that before we move on. So Hebrews 8, 4-7 says, for if indeed we were on the eretz, he would not be a priest, since there are priests who offer the gifts according to the Torah, who serve a copy and a shadow of the heavenly, as Moses was warned when he was about to make the tent. For he said, see that you make all according to the pattern shown you on the mountain. See, there it is. And then if we look at Hebrews 9:23, it says, I'm going to get back to this, so don't worry. I know I'm blasting through it, but I'm coming back to it. Okay, here we go. 9:23 Hebrews. It was necessary then that the copies of the heavenly ones should be cleansed with these, but the heavenly ones themselves with better slaughter offerings than these. For Mashiach has not entered into the Kadesh place made by hand, figures of the true, but figures of the true. They're just figures, okay? But into the heaven itself, where the originals are, the spiritual realm, now to appear in the presence of Yahuwah on our behalf. Okay, so there you go. You're seeing what I'm saying now. And then just look at Acts 7 real fast. And we're going to get back into this, don't worry. Acts 7, really quick, 44 says, the tent of witness was with our fathers in the wilderness, as he appointed, instructing Moses to make it according to the pattern that he had seen, which our fathers, having received it in turn, also brought with Yahusha into the land possessed by the nations, whom Elohim drove out before the face of our fathers until the days of Dawood. So there you go. There it is. Make it according to the pattern that he had seen. Seen is past tense. Means it already happened, right? Before he made it. And so it's clear that Moses was shown this carbon copy world in the spiritual realm where it originated from, all the original creation of Yahuwah within the spiritual realm, not this fallen state, this carbon copy world. So everything here in this carbon world is no more than a copy or shadow of what is real. It's pretty clear. Okay, so let's move over then to 25:40. It says, so see and do according to the pattern which was shown to you on the mountain. So there it is. So everything that they did that was set apart was no more than a carbon copy of the original, of the reality, the truth, okay, that's in the dimension, spiritual dimension. Okay, so this is all fake. It's not real, man. It's going to be destroyed. Okay, so we see now, we should be able to start at least see now that there's different dimensions and different realms within the dimension. Both dimensions, really. But it's definitely the spiritual. Okay, so Exodus 25 there down to 9, 1 through 9 is about the tabernacle instructions. Then from 10 to 22, it talks about the ark, how to build the ark. And all this is already exists. The tabernacle, the temple, the dwelling place of Yahuwah already exists in the dimensional world, spiritual world. The ark already exists in the spiritual world. He's just wanting to make copies of them, of the reality, exactly as he showed it to him. 23 up to about 30 there talks about the showbread, the table, the showbread table, how to build it. That's up there too. It's all up there, man, in the dwelling place of Yahuwah. The lampstand, 31 through 40 is the lampstand, the menorah. It's up there too. Yeah, it is. Read Revelations 1. You'll see it's up there. It's all up there. This is all an original in the spiritual realm. This is just copies of what's already existed since eternity, for eternity. Then you go into Exodus 26. It talks about more about the tabernacle, the dwelling place. Okay, that's in the Shemayim. This to be built exactly, and Bezalel built the ark, and we'll get to that. But the ark, the menorah, and some of these other things cannot be done by the most skilled craftsmen of man. And so, in order for them to be done exactly, for them to be obedient to Yahuwah's Torah, the Ruach HaKodesh came down and dwelled them and gave them the wisdom and the skills to build these things exactly as they were shown to Moses on the mountain. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to do it without the existence of the Ruach. Okay, and so 27 altar of the instructions on the altar of burnt offerings. It goes from 1 down to about 8, and then at 9 it starts the courtyard of the dwelling place. How does to make it, and it goes on down to about 19, and then from 20 to the end there, it talks about the oil for the lampstand and how it is to be burnt continuously. Then it goes into 28 from 1 down to 5, probably. It's priestly garments, how to make the priestly garments. Is there a priest in the Shemayim? You better believe there is. Yeah, you better believe it. His name's Melchizedek. Yahusha is our high priest forever. The priestly garments, and then you go down to from 6 on, it talks about the shoulder garment or the ephod. And then it goes on down to 14. And then at 15, it talks about the breastplate of right ruling that the high priest wears. And then it goes up down to about 30. And then at 31, it starts talking about other priestly garments. And then that pretty much takes us through the chapter 28. So, and listen to this verse, this last verse here on 43, 28, 43. And they shall be on Aaron and on his sons when they come into the tent of meeting, or when they come near the altar to attend in the set apart place, so that they do not bear crookedness and die. A law forever to him and to his seed after him. It's a law forever. Okay, so the Levite priesthood will be in eternity. Will be definitely through the millennium reign. Okay, and so 29 starts the consecration, if you will, of the priesthood. And goes on through there. And then in 30, it starts talking about the altar of incense, how the burnt incense, down to about after 10. And then 11, it starts talking about the atonement, giving an atonement or money, an atonement of money, and how you know it's for money, because it says so. Down in here, give this, half a shekel according to the shekel of the set apart place, 20 giras being a shekel. The half shekel is the contribution to Yahuwah. Everyone passing over to be registered from 20 years old and above gives a contribution to Yahuwah. And then don't forget the little old lady that ran in there threw a handful of change in there as a contribution to Yahuwah. And that goes on down through about 16. And then we start talking about the basin, making the basin for the washing, basin of bronze for washing. Goes down to 22, and then at 23, it talks about the anointing oil, a set apart anointing oil. And then that takes you on down to about 33. And then around 34 talks about the incense, sweet spices and fragrant gum and cinnamon and galbanum and clear frankincense with these sweet spices all in equal amounts, talking about the incense now. It takes you down to the end of the chapter. And then we see here in 31, it says, Exodus 31, and Yahuwah spoke to Moses, saying, see, I have called by name Betzalel, son of Uri, son of Ker, of the tribe of Yehuda, and I have filled him with the Ruach of Elohim in wisdom and in understanding and in knowledge and in all work, to make designs for work in gold and in silver and in bronze and in cutting stones for setting and in carving wood and to work in all work. So there it is. The Ruach showed them what to do. He came over them and filled them. So he filled them with this Ruach, the Ruach of Elohim, so that they could make all these things. So why? Why is all this so important? Because all this is set apart to Yahuwah, which means it's spiritual. Did you know that the Torah is spiritual? Did you understand? Do you understand that the Torah, the Tanakh, and the Nazarene writings are spiritual? They're not fleshly, they're spiritual writings. They came from the spiritual realm into our realm. And so did all this other stuff. That's why it had to be made exact, because it was spiritual. It was set apart to Yahuwah. It's where Yahuwah would dwell and operate from. So he took his dwelling place in the heaven, in spiritual realm, and brought it down showed it to the humans and said, make my dwelling place among you in your carbon world exactly how I dwell in it in my spiritual dimension. Exactly. And I'll come there and I'll tabernacle among you. You see that? So the Yahusha, the Ruach HaKodesh, showed them what to do and taught them what to do. Okay, and then we go into verse 12 to the end. We talk about the Shabbat, his Sabbath and Shabbat. So then we go into Exodus 33:18. It says, then he said, please show me your esteem. And he said, I shall cause all my goodness to pass before you, and I shall proclaim the name of Yahuwah before you, and I shall favor him who I favor, and shall have compassion on him whom I have compassion. But he said, you are unable to see my face, for no man does see me and live. And Yahuwah said, see, there is a place with me, and you shall stand on the rock, and it shall be, while my esteem passes by, that I shall put you in the cliff of the rock, and cover you with my hand while I pass. Then I shall take away my hand, and you shall see my back, but my face shall not be seen. Okay, so that's interesting. When this happened to Moses, and when he saw the esteem of Yahuwah pass before him, he put his hand, which means he was in a body, he covered up the entrance with his hand, and then as he walked by, he proclaimed Yahuwah as he walked by. So Moses knew exactly who it was, and as he walked by, he took his hand away, and then Moses looked out and saw his backside as he walked away in his esteemed body. So he may have said Yahusha as he walked by. Who knows? It's a possibility. That's what he's saying. But anyway, what the point of this is this is a spiritual creature. He's a not creature, but spiritual being, creator, okay, that came from his domain, his spiritual dimension, into this carbon world to show himself to Moshe. So he could see him how he really was. Okay. I believe, and we'll get into this a little bit here, that this esteem, this body that walked past Moshe in this cliff, I believe was the exact same thing that Peter saw on the Mount of Transfiguration in Matthew 17, I think. We'll get into it a little bit later on, but I think this was the same thing. He saw that brilliance, that light, that how Yahuwah appears in the spiritual realm in his body, his spiritual body form. Don't forget, Yahuwah is spirit, okay, and he can't be seen unless he wants people to see him. Then he enters into a body, into a vessel, into a tent, to allow people to see him, and he indwells it. But you can't see his spiritual form or you'll die. So his spiritual form must have been radiating out of his face. That bright light that happened at the Transfiguration must have been the same thing. And that's what he told you. If you look at my face, you're going to see me in my natural form. The spirit is going to be such a bright light, spiritual light, you'll die. You can't see it because you're a carbon copied creature. You'll just die if you see me in my natural form. See what I'm saying? He saw the body, not the face. So his ruach must have been protruding at such a high frequency of reality out of that face that and the light, his spirit was so brilliant that if Moshe saw it, he would die, or anybody else as far as that goes. Okay? So it's interesting. This was a spiritual event here. This was not an ordinary event. Okay? Why? How do we know? Because Moses wasn't allowed to look at his face. That's how we know. All right, let's move on. We're going to go, as we pass through, we're going to come back to all this. We want to hit it a second time, but I think you're going to see it even more pronouncedly as we come back to it later on in the Nazarene writing. So here we go. 37. I want to do a comparison here really quick. I know this is probably most people haven't never heard of this before, but I just want to do a comparison real quick here. Okay, so we know that the Ruach HaKodesh indwelled these craftsmen and gave them the wisdom and the knowledge and the skills to be able to implement all these different things from the Yahuwah's dwelling place in the spiritual realm into the carbon copied world precisely. Okay. And so 37:1 says, 1 and 2 says, and this is coming off of Exodus 25, where we were just reading about. And Bit-Salah made the ark of acacia wood 2.5 cubits long and 1.5 cubits wide and 1.5 cubits high. And he overlaid it with gold, clean gold, inside and outside, and made a molding of gold all around it. Okay, so obviously this is the Ark of the Covenant, all right? But how many arks does Scripture tell us about? Well, actually 3. Okay, so we have this one, which is obviously the Ark of the Covenant, overlaid with clean gold inside and out, and made a molding of gold all around it. Okay, then Exodus 37 here. Then there's Noah's Ark. So there's Noah's Ark, which is in Genesis 6, chapter 6. 14, I think, that you'll read about Noah's Ark. And then there's an ark that most people don't know about, and it's only found in Deuteronomy 10, 1 through 5. And this is Moses' ark. So you have Noah's ark, Moses' ark, and the Ark of the Covenant. Why are these three arks in Scripture? What's an ark? An ark is a box that contains something. That's what an ark is. It's just a box that contains something. Okay? And that's why they're arks. All right, so the third ark, you got Noah's ark and you got the Ark of the Covenant here. And then the only place you can really find about the first ark, if you will, that Moshe built ahead of the Ark of the Covenant. Of course, the first ark was Noah's ark, but you know what I'm saying. And so we go to 10 and 1 through 5. It says, this is only found here in Deuteronomy, man. You ain't going to find this anywhere else. You're going to read about the first Ark of the Covenant here made by the hands of Moses. Okay. At that time, Yahuwah said to me, this is Moshe talking, hew for yourself 2 tablets of stone like the first. This is after he broke the first stones. And come to me on the mountain, and you shall make yourself an ark of wood. This is a command from Yahuwah. Then I write on the tablets the words that were on the first tablets, which you broke, and you shall put them in the ark. You're talking about an ark of wood. So I made an ark of acacia wood, hewn 2 tablets of stone like the first, and went up the mountain with the 2 tablets in my hand. And he wrote on the tablets according to the first writing, the 10 words, which Yahuwah had spoken to you in the mountain from the midst of the fire in the yam of the assembly. Then Yahuwah gave them to me, and I turned and came down from the mountain and put the tablets in the ark, which I had made, and they are there, as Yahuwah commanded me. Isn't that interesting? So, what jumps out here? Well, I'll tell you what jumps out here is Moses built an ark of a carbon ark that didn't resemble anything that was set apart to Yahuwah. It wasn't set apart to Yahuwah, so Yahuwah couldn't dwell in that or on that. It only housed the 10 Debarim. That's all it did. It was just a place to keep them. It was an ark. It's amazing, isn't it? And so later on, when Yahuwah decided that he was going to dwell among the children of Yisrael, he said, you're going to make my dwelling place in the Shemayim, in the heaven, here on earth, and you're going to make it exactly as it is in the heaven, in the spiritual dimension, and then I'll dwell there. Isn't that amazing? It's just simply amazing to me. And so let's move on here to the end of Exodus now. And go to verse 34 at the end of Exodus 40 there. You see what set apart is yet? Yeah, you're setting yourself apart from the carbon-copied fleshly existence realm into the spiritual dimension or spiritual world where Yahuwah resides, where love and truth resides. You got to cross over, get through that dimension, cross the realms, cross over, become a Hebrew, Powerful stuff, isn't it? Well, you ain't heard nothing yet. Stick around. So Exodus 40:34, actually one sentence above it says, and Moshe completed the work. So they completed all that Yahuwah told them to do. Okay, so his dwelling place, the furniture, utilities, the priestly garments, the courtyards, everything was done precisely, exactly how it was shown to him on the mountain with the help of the Ruach HaKodesh. Right? So the work was completed. All right, now what? Well, and the cloud, all right, this is huge, the cloud. Okay, so the cloud covered the tent of meeting, and the esteem of Yahuwah filled the temple, the Mishkan. So look, now, people talk about this, about the column of smoke and the column of fire, right? The column of smoke by day and fire. It really was not a column of smoke. It was a cloud. And the fire appeared inside the cloud at night. That's a misconception or misunderstanding or misteaching. Okay? It's not what they say. And it's amazing because this cloud that you can read about it over and over and over and over again in scriptures. Okay, that Yahuwah appears as a cloud. He's in a cloud. So what's a cloud? Well, a cloud is just vapor from water. That's all it is. Water's a very special substance. What's it do? Well, water can change forms. It can be gas, it can be liquid, and it can be a solid. It can appear in 3 different forms. Think about it. So Moshe completed the work, and the cloud covered the tent of meeting. It covered it. Think about that. Yahuwah covered the set-apart place. Makes sense to some of you out there, I know. And the esteem of Yahuwah filled the Mishkan, filled the temple. Wow. And Moshe was not able to come into the tent of the meeting because the cloud dwelt on it. Because the cloud dwelt on it. Yeah, think about that, man. And the esteem of Yahusha, or Yahuwah, filled the temple. And when the cloud was taken up from above the temple, the children of Israel went onward in all their journeys. But if the cloud was not taken up, then they did not set out till the yom that it was taken up. For the cloud of Yahuwah, man, are y'all catching this? You picking up what the scripture's laying down here? Was on the Mishkan by day, and fire was on it by night, before the eyes of all the house of Yisrael in all their journeys. Okay, so what's happening now? Okay, so now we have the set-apart place. Moshe completed the work. He built it, everything exactly the way it was in heaven, the way he was shown it. Yahuwah showed it to him by the help of the Ruach. And now Yahuwah came in and said, okay, I'm going to dwell here now. I dwell in the tabernacle, in the Shemayim, the original, and now I'm going to dwell here in this carbon copy world, in this carbon copied tabernacle with you, and it's going to be, it's exactly like the one in Shemayim, so it's set apart. It's spiritual, just like the Torah is. It's spiritual, and I'm dwelling there. When you see my cloud, you be still. When I raise the cloud up, you move. Is this amazing or is this amazing? So while they were the covering of Yahuwah, the cloud was covering the tent of meeting, the tabernacle, what's going on. They were covered, right? They were in the spiritual realm. They were in the presence of Yahuwah, the throne of Yahuwah, man, in his presence. They were in the spiritual dimension and couldn't be touched because they weren't of this world anymore. They were set apart from it. They were removed from it. They were in the spiritual dimension with Yahuwah here on earth. Wow. Should be hearing a lot of wows out there. Okay. We'll come back to this. Okay, here we go now. Keep all that in mind and turn to 1 Kings. Go to 1 Kings 22:19. And we can also see this one in 2 Chronicles 18:18. But here, let's read it. It says, 1 Kings 22:19 says, Then he said, Therefore hear the word of Yahuwah. I saw Yahuwah sitting on his throne, and all the host of the Shemaim standing by him on his right and on his left. Okay, so here, Micaiah, or Micah, if you will, states that he saw Yahuwah sitting on his throne and all the host of the Shemaim standing by him on his right and on his left. Now, this same vision was seen several times through Scripture, and we'll see some of them. But just keep it in mind. Now, the thing I want to point out here is this. Yes, this Michal saw into the spiritual dimension. The spiritual blindness on his eyes is carbon. See, your carbon copy eyes can only see carbon. If Yahuwah opens them up, he removes the veil and lets you peek into the spiritual realm, you can see what's going on in there. And this is what happened. So Michal, or Micaiah here, saw in the spiritual dimension Yahuwah sitting on his throne and surrounded by messengers on his left and his right by the host of heaven. Okay, and so the host of the Shemaim. All right, so even though he states here that he's got a glimpse into the Shemaim and saw Yahuwah sitting on his throne, surrounded by his armies of messengers, he gives no explanation of anything else. So he doesn't elaborate and he doesn't explain what the rest of heaven looked like. He gives us no more information other than he saw into the spiritual dimension. Don't forget, when you see heaven in here, that's all. What heaven means is the spiritual dimension. It's where Yahuwah resides. Okay, so very interesting. And there's another account of the same thing, like I said in 2 Chronicles 18:18. Okay, so go over to 2 Kings 6:15 through 20. 2 Kings 6:15 through 20. So by now we're starting to be able to establish that there is indeed a different dimension here, right? Within our universe, there's a spiritual world, which is the original and the internal, and then there's a carbon world, which is a copy, a shadow of the original, and it's temporal. It will not last. We should be able to see that by now. Everybody agree? Okay, so let's go to 2 Kings 6:15-20. And the servant of the man of Elohim rose early. So what this is here now, this is a servant I think a young man, the servant of Elisha. Okay. And so this is going to be Elisha, the prophet Elisha, who took over for Elijah, and his young apprentice, if you will, or his servant. Okay. And so both got a glimpse into the heavens, okay, or the spiritual realm, spiritual dimension. And the servant of the man of Elohim being Elisha, the servant being his apprentice, if you will, rose early and went out and saw an army. They saw an army surrounding the city with horses and chariots. And his servant said to him, "Oh, my master, what do we do?" And he answered, speaking of Elisha, he answered, "Do not fear, for those who are with us are more than those who are with them." And Elisha prayed and said, "Yahuwah, I pray, open his eyes and let him see." And Yahuwah opened the eyes of the young man. See, young servant, young man. See what I'm saying? And he looked and saw the mountain covered with horses and chariots of fire all around Elisha. And when they came down to him, Elisha prayed to Yahuwah and said, "Strike this nation with blindness, I pray." And he struck them with blindness according to the word of Elisha. And Elisha said to them, "This is not the way, nor is this the city. Follow me and let me bring you to the man whom you seek." So there you go, man. Elisha and his young servant saw into the spiritual dimension, and they saw an army surrounding the army that was surrounding them, of the human army, and the mountain was covered with horses and chariots of fire. Chariots of fire, many, many more than the human army. But see, Elisha saw them because his eyes were opened up so he could see into the spiritual dimension by Yahuwah. His little young apprentice or his servant couldn't see him because he was still dwelling in the flesh. He was scared of that human army that had them surrounded. But then when Elisha prayed, Yahuwah opened up the eyes of his servant, and he got to see into the spiritual realm as well. So here Elisha and his young servant saw into the spiritual dimension. Got to see in there. Wow. Right? So you never know. If you may be surrounded by Malachim right now, protecting your house or protecting you or your family or something you prayed about, and you just don't know it. They're there because you can't see it because you're spiritually blind. Step one is understanding that there's a spiritual dimension that's parallel, if you will, or even within the same dimension we're in, but in a different realm. Could be that as well. But both of them are realities. But one is permanent, eternal, and one is temporal, and it's going to be destroyed. Very interesting, right? And so now let's move on into Isaiah 6. Now Isaiah also saw heaven, okay? And so here's another person that was able to see into the heaven, into which means the spiritual dimension, okay, where truth and love resides. So Isaiah 6, 1 through 4, is plenty of proof. But this is such a powerful chapter. We're going to read this whole chapter. So let's read Isaiah 6. In the year that sovereign Uzziah died, I saw, this is Isaiah now, I saw, he saw it, Yahuwah sitting on the throne, high and lifted up, and the train of his robe filled the heckle. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Right? So it's obvious here Isaiah saw heaven and Yahuwah sitting on his throne, high and lifted up, and the train of his robe filled the heckle. And that's powerful stuff right there. You got that vision? Can you see it? Is Yahuwah opening up your eyes, taking the scales off your eyes so you can see in the spiritual realm and see him sitting on his throne, high and lifted up? And the train of his robe fills the temple. Wow. Above it stood seraphim. Now, these seraphim are very interesting. We're going to focus on them here for a minute. So just keep these guys in mind. Above it stood seraphim, however you say it. Each one had 6 wings. Now he's seeing into the Shemayim here. Into the heaven, the spiritual dimension. Isaiah is. Each one had 6 wings. With 2 he covered his face, with 2 he covered his feet, and with 2 he flew. And one cried to another and said, set apart, set apart, set apart is Yahuwah. See that? He's in the spiritual realm. He's spirit. He's not part of this carbon copy world. He's set apart from it. He's in the spiritual realm. He's a spirit in the spiritual dimension. See it? He's set apart. And that's what you got to do. You got to be set apart. Got to remove yourself from this carbon copy world. Even though you're trapped here, you got to remove yourself from it with your ruach. And one cried to another and said, set apart, set apart, set apart is Yahuwah Zabuath. All of the eretz is filled with his esteem. And the posts of the door were shaken by the voice of him who cried out, and the house was filled with smoke. And I said, woe to me, for I am undone, because I am a man of unclean lips, and I dwell in the midst of a people of unclean lips, humans. For my eyes have seen the sovereign Yahuwah Zaboeth. Wow. So there's a pretty wild glimpse into the heaven, right? To the spiritual dimension by Isaiah. Unbelievable, man. Well, let's continue. Now, these seraphim, we read about these in Isaiah, chapter 1 of Ezekiel, chapter 1 of Ezekiel, and also in the Revelations too, don't we? We're told about them as well. So just keep that in mind. We're going to focus on those creatures here as we continue in our study. And one of the seraphim flew to me, having in his hand a live coal, which he had taken with the tongs from the altar. And he touched my mouth with it and said, see, this has touched your lips, and your crookedness is taken away, and your sin is covered. Wow. Covered by what? Well, absolutely by the blood of Yahusha, the Lamb was slain before the foundations of the earth. This is very powerful stuff, man. This is spiritual, a higher spiritual understanding within the spiritual insight. So it's taken, if you want to say deeper into the spiritual insight, it's taken us even further, deeper into it. And it's a very hard thing to understand when you're going deeper into the spiritual insight or understanding than what you already are. Wow. And so with that kind of understanding, we can almost understand now just a little bit about what Enoch was talking about in the Enoch 1. He comes up with some wild stuff, and everybody says, oh, yeah, Enoch comes up with some wild stuff, but so does Isaiah, and so does Ezekiel, as we're soon to find out. And so also does the book of Job. and others. Comes up with some pretty heavy duty stuff. And we ain't got our mind right. And we ain't got our mind wired tight. We're going to unravel quickly. So be on your toes. Keep your eyes and ears. Command your eyes to open and your ears to open. Stay attentive to the Ruach, or you're going to become unraveled. This is a heavy duty study. Okay, so here we go. And I heard the voice of Yahuwah saying, "Whom do I send, and who would go for us?" And I said, "Here am I, send me." And he said, "Go, and you shall say to this people, hearing you hear, but do not understand, and seeing you see, but do not know. Make the heart of these people fat and their ears heavy, and shut their eyes, lest they see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and understand with their heart, and shall turn and be healed." What's that mean? That means if you hear the message, if you understand the truth, if you can enter into that spiritual realm and walk in spirit and truth and do what you're told to do and obey Yahuwah, and you turn and repent from your wicked ways, your wicked lifestyle, and be healed. That means he's going to have to deliver you, whether you're his or not. If you hear and understand and do those things, Yahuwah has to heal you, man. He's going to deliver you because he cannot lie. Shall we dare to say that Yahuwah cannot lie? Yahuwah can do anything he wants, right? But he chooses not to lie, and he will not lie. So if you understand this teaching and you turn, you enter into the spiritual realm and walk in spirit and truth, he has to deliver you. He has to. You will be healed. That's why he's saying, make the heart of these people fat and their ears heavy, and shut their eyes, lest they see with their eyes and hear with their ears and understand with their heart, and shall turn and be healed. And he'd have to deliver you, man. Are you picking up what Scripture's laying down? Then I said, "Yahuwah, until when?" And he answered, "Until the cities are laid waste and without inhabitant, and the houses are without a man, and the land is laid waste, a ruin. And Yahuwah has removed men far away, and the forsaken places be many in the midst of the land. But still there is a 10th part in it, and it shall again be for a burning, like a terebinth tree, and like an oak, whose stump remains when it is cut down. The set apart seed is its stump." The set apart seed is its stump. Wow. So what's the set apart seed? Yahusha. He's going to make the stump bloom, isn't he? The bare branches will bloom. Okay. So let's go ahead and move on here now. So far, man, there's a lot of people that's got a glimpse into the dimensional world, haven't they? I'm going to take you out to left field or right field here for a few minutes, if you bear with me. And I just think this is an important thing to get here, because there's a divide, and I'd like to blur that divisional line. And there's only one way to do it, and that's what I'm going to do right now. So look, there's another person who got to see the spiritual dimension, or heaven. And that person was one of the greatest patriarchs, if you will, or people mentioned in scriptures, of all the scriptures, really. And that person is Enoch. Enoch walked righteously with Yahuwah. He was so loved by Yahuwah that Yahuwah took him at a young age. He took him to where? Well, nobody really knows, but I can almost assure you that he didn't take him to heaven, because that's a spiritual dimension. And Enoch, being flesh and not dying, cannot survive in a spiritual dimension unless Yahuwah protects him, covers him while he's there. But Scripture tells us that no one's ascended into the heaven except he who descended, and that's the Son of Man. Which, by the way, the Son of Man, that particular idiom or that particular title attached to Yahusha, was first given in Enoch. First appears in Enoch. So Enoch 1, they call it, either Enoch or just Enoch 1. Also says that Enoch saw into heaven in a lot of places. And perhaps Enoch 2, which may be, let's just say, a less desired reading than Enoch 1, is saturated with spiritual dimensional visions. And matter of fact, it says that Enoch messengers actually took him there and showed him everything in the spiritual realm where Yahuwah resides. And even Enoch 3 mentions him going into heaven. But we're going to discard 2 and 3 and just stick with Enoch 1 here. It's pretty plain that in Enoch 1 that he went into heaven as well. So Enoch, we all know, speaks a lot about the messengers. Most of us know that. And about spiritual dimensions. He saw into the spiritual dimension. He was taken there and given a tour by his guides, who were the messengers, Gabriel and a few others. So anyways, what Enoch saw in the heaven here through these tours was kind of unimaginable for us. As a matter of fact, it's hard to understand what he was trying to explain. Some of the things he saw, he could not explain. Okay. But Ezekiel's vision, even though people look down on Enoch and try to dispute it and so forth and so on, which I can understand, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Enoch 1, I'm still on the fence with that one. But what he saw, although unimaginable and unexplainable for most humans, Ezekiel here, which also saw the heavens open up to Ezekiel, and he saw visions of Elohim and his throne and of messengers as well, just like Enoch did. And so Ezekiel's descriptions of heaven are just as mind-blowing, if not more so, than Enoch's. And we're going to get into it. But the first thing I'd really like for you to do here with me is, in order to be able to compare Enoch to Ezekiel, we need to be fair. We need to read one chapter from Enoch and where he actually saw heaven, and listen to what he says. And then we'll go straight into Ezekiel, so we'll have a fresh memory of what Enoch said, and we'll then compare it to what Ezekiel says and see which one's more mind-blowing. Okay? So let's do that just for fun. We'll read 14. Enoch, or First Enoch, chapter 14. Okay? So it says, "This is the cipher of the words of righteousness and of the reproof of the watchers." Watchers being the messengers, the watch over humans. They also watched Yahuwah as he created the heavens and the earth and everything else, who are from eternity. They are from eternity, according to that which he who is set apart and great commanded in the vision. I perceived in my dream that I was now speaking with a tongue of flesh and with my breath, which all Elohim has put into the mouth of men, that they might converse with it and understand with the heart. And he has created and given to men the power of comprehending the word of understanding. So has he created and given to me the power of reproving the watchers, the offspring of heaven. I have written your petition, and in my vision it has been shown me that what you request will not be granted you as long as the world endures. Judgment has been passed upon you. Your request will not be granted you. From this time forward, never shall you ascend into the heaven. And he said that on the earth he will bind you as long as the world endures. But before these things you shall behold the destruction of your beloved sons. You shall not possess them, but they shall fall before you by the sword. Neither shall you entreat for them, nor for yourselves, but you shall weep and supplicate in silence. The words of the cipher which I wrote. A vision thus appeared to me. Behold, in that vision, clouds and a mist invited me. Remember the cloud of Yahuwah? There's a cloud and a mist invited me. Agitated stars and flashings of lightning impelled and pressed me forwards, while winds in the vision assisted my flight, accelerating my progress. They elevated me aloft to heaven. I proceeded until I arrived at the wall built with stones of crystal. A tongue of fire surrounded it, which began to strike me with terror. Where's tongue of fire? Well, that's familiar, isn't it? Wow, yeah. Into this vibrating flame I entered and drew nigh to a spacious habitation built also with stones of crystal. Its walls, too, as well as pavement, were formed with stones of crystal, and crystal likewise was the ground. Its roof had the appearance of agitated stars and flashes of lightning, and among them were cherubs of fire, and their heaven was water. And their heaven was water? Are you kidding me? A flame burned around its walls, and its portal blazed with fire. When I entered into this dwelling, it was hot as fire and cold as ice. No trace of delight or of life was there. Terror overwhelmed me, and a fearful shaking seized me. Violently agitated and trembling, I fell upon my face. In the vision I looked, and behold, there was another habitation, more spacious. Every entrance to which was open before me, erected in a vibrating flame. So greatly did it excel in all points in glory, in magnificence, and in magnitude, that it is impossible to describe to you either the splendor or the extent of it. So it was more mind-blowing beyond his words. He can't even explain it. Its floor was on fire. Above were lightnings and agitated stars, while its roof exhibited a blazing fire. Attentively, I surveyed it and saw that it contained an exalted throne, the appearance of which was like that of frost, while its circumference resembled the orb of the brilliant sun. And there was the voice of the cherubs From underneath this mighty throne, rivers of flaming fire issued. To look upon it was impossible. One great in glory sat upon it. One great in glory sat upon it. One throne, one person. That's what he saw up there. Whose robe was brighter than the sun. Well, that's familiar. And whiter than snow. Well, that's familiar. No angel was capable of penetrating to view the face of him. See, even the angel messengers cannot see Yahuwah or they would die. So they can only see him in his spiritual body, which is the Word, the firstborn of all creation, the messenger of Yahuwah, Yahusha, HaMashiach, is his body, the Word. No angel is capable of penetrating to view the face of him. He's a face, he's got a face, he's got to be in a body because he's other than that, he's Ruach. Can't be seen. How could you see he could have a face if he can't be seen if he's just Ruach? You see what I'm saying? He got to be in a body. The glorious in the effulgent, nor could any mortal behold him. And even a mortal couldn't see him, you'd die. A fire was flaming around him, a fire also of great extent, continued to rise up before him. How many knows that our Yahuwah is a flaming fire? So that not one of those who surrounded him was capable of approaching him. Among the myriads who were before him, to him holy consolation was needless. Yet did not the sanctified who were near him depart from him either by night or by day, nor were they removed from him. I also was so far advanced with a veil on my face and trembling. Then Yahuwah with his own mouth called me, saying, approach hither, Enoch, at my holy word. And he raised me up, making me draw near even to the entrance. My eye was directed to the ground. He didn't even want to look at him. So there you go. I mean, we could go on and on, but we won't. But there is something before we leave Enoch that I want to read. I think this is pretty powerful. This is Enoch being shown Yahusha on the throne and describing him. He's describing Yahusha on the throne. It's found in Enoch 46. Check this out. It's short. He's going to describe Yahusha here, what he sees in the heaven, in the spiritual dimension. There I beheld the Ancient of Days. So we all know the Ancient of Days. We can read about it in Daniel. We read about it in Revelations, the Ancient of Days, whose head was like white wool, and with him another, whose countenance resembled that of a man. His countenance was full of grace, like one of the holy angels. Then I inquired of one of the angels who went with me and who showed me every secret thing concerning the son of Adam. There you go. So here's where we get the term son of Adam and son of man from Enoch. It's carried over into the canonized. Who he was, whence he was, and why he accompanied the Ancient of Days. He answered and said to me, this is the son of Adam, to whom righteousness belongs, with whom righteousness has dwelt, and who will reveal all the treasures of that which is concealed. For Yahuwah Sabaoth has chosen him, and his portion has surpassed all before Yahuwah Sabaoth in everlasting uprightness. The son of Adam, whom you behold, shall raise up kings, and the mighty from their dwelling places, and the powerful from their thrones, shall loosen the bridles of the powerful and break in pieces the teeth of sinners. He shall hurl kings from their thrones and their dominions, because they will not exalt and praise him, nor humble themselves before him by whom their kingdoms were granted to them. The continents likewise of the mighty shall be cast down, filling them with confusion. Darkness shall be their habitation, and worms shall be their bed. Nor from that their bed shall they hope to be again raised, because they exalted not the name of Yahuwah Zaboeth. See that? So Yahusha has the name Yahuwah Zaboeth. They shall condemn the stars of heaven, shall lift up their hands against El Shaddai, shall tread upon and inhabit the earth, exhibiting all their acts of iniquity, even their works of iniquity. Their strength shall be in their riches, and their faith in their Elohim, whom they have formed with their own hands, idol worshippers. They shall deny the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth, and will be driven from the houses of his assembly, and of the faithful who suffer in the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth. There you go. So that's Enoch in his glimpse into the Shemayim, where he saw a lot of things there, but none of them really that I thought was too off the wall. Okay, so now let's read Ezekiel, who also saw the throne of Yahuwah and entered into heaven, to the spiritual dimension. So Ezekiel here is just mind blowing. I wish we could read the whole thing, but we're not going to. Obviously, we don't have the time for that. But we are going to focus on chapter 1, 2, and 3, and chapter 10, and then remember what we just read in Enoch, and then we compare them in the visions of the dimensional, spiritual dimension, or heaven, between these two well-known people in Scripture. So Ezekiel saw visions of Yahuwah as well. So let's begin in Ezekiel 1. And it came to be in the 30th year, in the 4th month, and on the 5th of the moon, as I was among the exiles by the river Kibar, the Shemayim were opened, and I saw visions of Elohim. Here you go. So he's looking into, what does that mean? The Shemayim were open, and I saw visions of Elohim. That means he saw into the spiritual dimension, spiritual world. Now, it's something different from our carbon reality. On the 5th of the month, in the 5th year of sovereign Yehoiakim's exile, the word of Yahuwah came expressly to Ezekiel the priest. Yechezkel the priest, the son of Buzai, in the land of the Chaldeans by the river Kabar. And the hand of Yahuwah came upon him there. And I looked, and I saw a whirlwind coming out of the north, a great cloud with fire flashing itself. And brightness was all around it, and out of its midst like glowing metal, out of the midst of the fire, and out of the midst of it came what looked like 4 living creatures. So obviously he's seeing into the spiritual dimension, because ain't nothing like this in our carbon reality. So he's seeing a different world, right? And it's the spiritual world. And this was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man, and each one had 4 faces, and each one had 4 wings. So these beings are the seraphim, just like we read about earlier in Isaiah. At their feet were straight feet, and their feet were straight feet, and the soles of their feet were like the sole of a calf's foot. And they sparkled like the appearance of polished bronze, and under their wings on their 4 sides were the hands of a man. Hey, that sounds creepy. On the other sides were the hands of, under their wings on their 4 sides were the hands of a man, under them wings. Is that creepy or is that creepy? And each of the 4 had faces and wings. Their wings touched one another. They did not turn when they went, but each one went straight forward. And the likeness of their faces, the face of a man, and each of the four had the face of a lion on the right side, and each of the four had the face of an ox on the left side, and each of the four had the face of an eagle. Okay, so this is similar to what we just read in Isaiah 6:2, right? We can also read about these creatures in Revelations 4:7. Well, let's just turn to that real fast and get it out of the way. Revelations 4:7 says, and the first living creature was like a lion, and the second living creature like a calf, and the third living creature had a face like a man, and the fourth living creature was like a flying eagle. And the four living creatures, each having 6 wings, were covered with eyes around and within, and they do not cease yom and night, day or night, saying, Kadesh, 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 set apart, set apart, set apart, Yahuwah Al Shaddai, who was and who is coming. So there you go, the same creatures described in Revelations 4:7, Isaiah 6:2, and in Ezekiel here, same creatures. Such were their faces, where their wings were spread upward. 2 of each touches one another, and 2 covered their bodies, and each one went straight forward, going wherever the Spirit was to go, and they did not turn when they went. In the likeness of the living creatures, their appearance was like burning coals of fire, and like the appearance of torches moving back and forth among the living creatures. And the fire was bright, and out of the fire went lightning. And the living creatures ran back and forth like the appearance of a flash of lightning. And I looked at the living creatures and saw a wheel on the arets beside each living creature with its 4 faces. Are you getting that? He saw a wheel on the arets beside each living creature with its 4 faces. There was a wheel beside each one of them, a wheel. The appearance of the wheels had their works was like the appearance of beryl, and all 4 had the same form. The appearance of their works was as it were a wheel in the middle of a wheel. A wheel in the middle of a wheel. So now the people say, "Oh, that sounds like a UFO, or some kind of weird chariot or something, right?" Is this the chariot of Yahuwah he's describing here that he saw? Just read on and find out. But you got to admit, this is getting a little bit weird. This is making my mind think a little bit harder than Enoch did in chapter 14. You know what I'm saying? This is getting my mind going here now. Wheels? Creatures? What? Whirlwinds? When they went in any one of 4 directions. They did not turn aside when they went. And their rims were high and awesome, and their rims were covered with eyes all around the 4 of them. So here these wheel within a wheel has rims that are covered with eyes. Is this normal? I mean, is this something, oh, yeah, I dig this and I can understand this, but that Enoch, that's really out there. Is anybody saying that at this point? I'm kind of scratching my head on Ezekiel. Enoch didn't blow my mind this much. I'm trying to figure out what this is. See that? And when the living creatures went, the wheels went beside them, and when the living creatures were lifted up from the arets, the wheels were lifted up. Whenever the Spirit was to go, they went, because there the Spirit went. See this? So this is telling us that this is all spiritual. These are spiritual creatures. It's a spiritual thing going on he's seeing here. Everything went in the spirit world just went because it's part of the spirit world. See that? Wherever the Spirit was to go, they went, because there the Spirit went, and the wheels were lifted together with them, for the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels? Was in the wheel? The spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels? You can't tell me you ain't scratching your head right now. When those went, these went. When those stood, these stood. And when those were lifted up from the arets, the wheels were lifted up together with them, for the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. Wow. He just repeated it. It's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing enough to repeat. And a shape was over the heads of the living creatures, a space like the appearance of an awesome crystal. Crystal. Where did we hear that word? Crystal. Oh, yeah, that was in Enoch. I forgot. Stretch out over their heads. Stretched out over their heads. And under the space, their wings were straight, one toward another. Each one had two, which covered one side, and each one had two, which covered the other side of the body. And when they went, I heard the noise of their wings, like the noise of many men, like the voice of the Almighty, tumult, like the noise of an army. And when they stood still, they let down their wings. And a voice came from above the space that was over their heads. When they stood, they dropped their wings. And above the space over their heads was the likeness of a throne. Oh, we're getting somewhere now. Okay, so above the space over their heads was the likeness of a throne, in appearance like a sapphire stone. And on the likeness of the throne was a likeness as the appearance of a man high above it. The appearance of a man high above it. The likeness of the throne was the likeness as the appearance of a man high above it. Wow. So is this talking about the presence of Yahusha? Not really a throne, but the presence of Yahuwah in the spiritual dimension? Maybe. And from the appearance of his waist, now listen to this. And from the appearance of his waist and upward I saw. His waist upward, I saw what looked like glowing metal with the appearance of fire all around within it. And from the appearance of his waist down, I saw what looked like fire and brightness all around. As the appearance of a rainbow in a cloud on a rainy day, there's that cloud again, so was the appearance of the brightness all around it. This was the appearance of the likeness of the esteem of Yahuwah. Wow, that's Yahusha. This was the appearance of the likeness of the esteem of Yahuwah. This is what Yahusha looks like in the spiritual dimension. And when I saw it, I fell on my face and I heard a voice of one speaking. Okay, so this is powerful stuff, man. I mean, I'm scratching my head with both hands right now, trying to put this all together, this vision that Ezekiel was allowed to see in the spiritual dimension. Powerful stuff, man. I hope some of you are picking up what this is laying down. There is a correct vision here, what he was saying. Let's look at chapter 2 now. And he said to me, Son of man, stand on your feet so that I speak to you. And the Ruach, Ezekiel must have read the book of Enoch, because it's the only way he could be saying son of man or son of Adam, because that's where it came from. Oh, maybe Yahusha told him the term. That could be. And he said to me, Son of man, stand on your feet so that I speak to you. And the Ruach entered into me when he spoke to me. Now he's got the Ruach in him. And set me on my feet. And I heard him who was speaking to me, and he said to me, Son of man, I am sending you to the children of Yisrael, to a nation of rebels who have rebelled against me. They and their fathers have transgressed against me until this day. And the children are stiff of face and hard of heart, to whom I am sending you, and you shall say to them, Thus said the Master Yahuwah, And they, whether they hear or whether they refuse, for they are a rebellious house, shall know that a prophet has been in their midst. And you, son of man, do not be afraid of them, nor be afraid of their words, though thistles and thorns are with you, and you dwell among scorpions. Ooh, the blue bloods. Do not be afraid of their words or discouraged by their looks, for they are a rebellious house. And you shall speak my words to them, whether they hear or whether they refuse, for they are rebellious. Rebellious is this witchcraft. And you, son of man, hear what I am speaking to you. Do not be rebellious like that rebellious house. Open your mouth and eat what I am giving you. Feed me, Yahuwah. Feed me the manna from heaven. Feed me the living waters. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. And I looked and saw a hand stretched out to me, and see, a scroll of a book was in it. And he spread it before me, and it was written on the inside and on the outside. And written on it were lamentations and mourning and woe. All right, let's finish Ezekiel with 3 here. Well, we'll go to 10 after 3. And he said to me, son of man, eat what you find. Eat this scroll, and go speak to the house of Yesharal. And I opened my mouth, and he fed me the scroll. And he said to me, son of man, feed your stomach and fill your stomach with this scroll that I am giving you. And I ate it, and it was as sweet as honey in my mouth. And he said to me, son of man, go to the house of Yisrael, and you shall speak to them with my words. This is all spiritual, people. He's still in the spiritual realm here. For you are not sent to a people of foreign speech and of difficult language, but to the house of Yisrael. Not to many people of foreign speech and of difficult language, whose words you do not understand. If I had rather sent you to them, they would have listened to you. But the house of Israel is going to refuse to listen to you, for they refuse to listen to me. For all the house of Israel are hard of head and hard of heart. See, I shall make your face as hard as their faces, and your forehead as hard as their foreheads. Like adamant stone, harder than flint, I shall make your forehead. Do not be afraid of them, nor be discouraged at their looks, for they are a rebellious house. And he said to me, son of man, receive into your heart all my words that I speak to you, and hear with your ears. And go, come to the exiles, to the children of your people, and speak to them, and say to them, thus said the Master Yahuwah, whether they hear or whether they refuse. And the Spirit lifted me up, and behind me I heard the sound of a great rumbling voice. Blessed be the esteem of Yahuwah from his place. And the sound of the wings of the living creatures touching one another, and the sound of the wheels beside them, and the sound of a great rushing. And the Ruach lifted me and took me away, and I went in bitterness, in the heat of my spirit, while the hand of Yahuwah was strong upon me. And I came to the exiles at Tel Abib, who were dwelling by the river Kibar, and I sat where they were sitting, and sat there, stunned among them, 7 days. And it came to be at the end of the 7 days that the word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, Son of man, I have made you a watchman for the house of Yesharal. And you shall hear a word from my mouth, and shall warn them from me when I say to the wrong, you shall certainly die. And you have not warned him, nor spoken to warn the wrong from his wrong way, to save his life. That same wrong man shall die in his crookedness, and his blood I require at your hand. Powerful stuff. But if you have warned the wrong, and he does not turn from his wrong, nor from his wrong way, he shall die in his crookedness, and you have delivered your being. Now, this is such a powerful understanding, spiritual right here. Okay. In other words, man, if you don't warn somebody, okay, of being rebellious or crooked, when they're doing something wrong, you see them doing it and you just walk away, their blood is required at your hand. Their blood is on you. But if you warn them of what they're doing wrong, okay, and they walk away and they don't listen to you, since you warned them, you have delivered your being from the lake of fire, from the second death. How important is it to point out somebody's wrongness? Yeah, there's a fine line between judging and pointing out somebody's wrongness. Okay? Don't make that mistake, because it could cost you your life. It's pretty clear. And when a righteous one, and this is just the same here, it's just the other side of the coin. And when a righteous one turns from his righteousness and shall do unrighteousness, when I have put a stumbling block before him, he shall die, because you did not warn him. He shall die in his sin, and his righteousness which he has done is not remembered, and his blood I require at your hand. Ooh, cost you your life. You better be telling some righteous man, if you see him doing something that's unrighteous, you better tell him. If you don't, he dies in his sin, his blood's on your head, man, in your hands. You're going to die. It's not a joke. There's a fine line between judging and pointing out a sin that a righteous man's doing, so he can stop doing it, and he can save his life. And then your being will be delivered. His blood ain't on your hands because you warned him. Even if he disobeys and he doesn't heed to your voice, okay, you're still delivered. You're being still delivered because you warned him. So his blood's on his own head. He chose not to heed to your words, your warning. See that? Don't make that mistake. Don't say, "Oh, I'm not allowed to judge nobody." That's not what this is telling me. Better be careful with that. When this says you're not allowed to judge nobody, what it's mainly speaking of is their eternal destination. Yahuwah can have favor anybody whom he favors, or have compassion on anyone who has compassion. In other words, eternal destination of the human being, and his spiritual being, is all up to Yahuwah. We don't get to judge somebody, whether or not they're a sinner or they're righteous or unrighteous. We don't get to say if they're going to go into the reign of Yahuwah or into the lake of fire. We don't get to do that. As a matter of fact, if you judge somebody's eternal destination, he just may deliver them and then throw you in the lake of fire. That's what this is talking about. So be careful with that, man. It says how you judge someone is how you will be judged. So if you judge someone to go to the lake of fire because you think they're a sinner or a filthy person or nasty person or somebody that doesn't deserve deliverance, Yahuwah, man, he might let that person in and make you take his place and get thrown into the lake of fire because you judged that man to death. Rather than praying for him and loving him and praying for him and doing praying that he changes and is delivered, he gets healed. Better be careful. But if you have warned the righteous one that the righteous should not sin, and he did not sin, he shall certainly live because he has been warned, and you have delivered your being. See that? So he listens to you and quits doing it. Not only is he going to be delivered, so will you, because you warn him. Kind of locks in your eternal destination, doesn't it? Because you love that person enough to warn them. People say, "Oh, you can love somebody to the lake of fire." No, you can't. You can love that person into deliverance by warning them of their sin. I don't know where you're getting the other one. That sounds like a Satan's trick, trying to trick you. There's no such thing as loving somebody all the way to the lake of fire. That's nonsense. That's demonic. Okay, you can love somebody, just like this says, and he did not sin. After you warn him, he quit sinning. He shall certainly live, because he has been warned, and you have delivered your own being. So you have loved him into the reign of Yahuwah by warning him and loving him and caring about what he was doing. So don't fall for that reverse trick of Satan's, man. That's demonic teaching. And the hand of Yahuwah came upon me there, and he said to me, arise, go out into the plain so that I might speak to you there. So I got up and went out into the plain, and see, the esteem of Yahuwah stood there, like the esteem which I saw by the river Kabar. And I fell on my face. And the Ruach entered me and set me on my feet and spoke with me and said to me, there again, the Ruach entered him, go shut yourself inside your house. And you, O son of man, see, they shall put cords on you and bind you with them, so that you do not go into their midst, and make your tongue stick to and I will make your tongue stick to the roof of your mouth, so that you shall be dumb and not be a corrector to them, for they are a rebellious house. But when I speak with you, I open your mouth, and you shall say to them, thus said the Master Yahuwah. He who hears, let him hear, and he who refuses, let him refuse, for they are a rebellious house. Okay, so there you go. So there's an insight. Interesting. He got the same vision when he went out on the plain as he did in Kabar, and fell on his face. And so what was the vision then? It seemed to be the spiritual vision here seemed to be the throne of Yahuwah, that can go anywhere it wants. It moves about. Okay, so his presence moves about with whomever is surrounding him, who he wills, and the appearance, the presence is Yahusha as a man with flames up here, down there, describing very well as being the one on the throne, or the presence of Elohim is Yahusha, his esteem and his esteemed body that you can see. The messengers can see him in his esteemed spiritual body, and so can man if he wills it. And we can definitely see him in his carbon body, which he appeared set apart to us. Okay? And set apart from sin, the flesh in the world. That he had to be set apart because he didn't sin. He didn't partake in this carbon world that's nothing but sin. It's just okay, so the carbon world we're in, this carbon copy world dimension, that's an exact duplicate of the original in the Shemayim, is comes from the knowledge of the tree of good and evil. This carbon world is evil knowledge exists here. The spiritual knowledge and everything comes from the tree of good, from the good knowledge of Yahuwah. So this is the bad knowledge here, that we're living in it. We're living in it because we transgressed, and so therefore we have to live it out. We fell into this carbon copied world out of the original truth, out of the spiritual dimension. Whew. Okay, go to Ezekiel 10. So Ezekiel 10, pretty powerful stuff. Same thing here. Ezekiel saw, got a glimpse into the spiritual realm. So it says, and I looked and saw, he saw, in the space that was above the head of the cherub, like a sapphire stone, having the appearance of the likeness of a throne. And he spoke to the man clothed with linen and said, go in among the wheels under the cherub and fill your hands with coals of fire from among the cherub and scatter over the city. And he went in before my eyes. And the cherub were standing on the south side of the house when the man went in. And the cloud, there's that cloud again, the cloud filled the inner court. So we know this is talking about the tabernacle, right? And the esteem of Yahuwah went up from the cherub over the threshold of the house, and the house was filled with the cloud. There's that cloud again, the cloud of Yahuwah. And the court was filled with the brightness of the esteem of Yahuwah. And the sound of the wings of the cherub was heard in the outer court, like the voice of El Shaddai when he speaks. Okay, so there's no doubt in anybody's mind here, right? We're looking into the spiritual dimension. Ezekiel seeing into the spiritual dimension here. And it came to be when he commanded the man clothed in linen, saying, take fire from among the wheels, from among the cherub, that he went in and stood beside the wheel. And the cherub stretched out his hand from among the cherubim to the fire that was among the cherubim, and took some and put it into the hands of the man clothed with linen, who took it and went out. And the form of a man's hand was seen under the wings of the cherubim. And I looked and saw 4 wheels beside the cherub, 1 wheel beside each cherub, and the wheel's appearance was like the color of a beryl stone. As for their appearances, all 4 looked alike, and as if a wheel in the middle of a wheel. When they went on their 4 sides. They did not turn aside when they went, but went in the direction the head was facing. They did not turn aside when they went, and their entire bodies and their backs and their hands and their wings and the wheels that the 4 had were covered with eyes all around. Eyes there all over them. The wheels were called in my hearing, Gaga. He heard the word Gaga in his hearing. And each one had 4 faces. The one face was the face of a cherub, and the second face the face of a man, and the third the face of a lion, and the fourth the face of an eagle. And the cherub were lifted up. It was the living creature I saw by the river Kabar. The same vision here now, 3rd time we're reading this. And when the cherub went, the wheels went beside them, and when the cherub lifted their wings to rise up from the arets, the same wheels also did not turn from beside them. When they stood still, the wheels stood still, and when one was lifted up, the other lifted itself up, and the spirit of the living creature was in them. And the esteem of Yahuwah went from the threshold of the house and stood over the cherub. And the cherub lifted their wings and rose from the arets before my eyes. Before my eyes. So he is seeing this vision into the spiritual realm. Can you imagine if Yahuwah opened up your eyes and let you see into the spiritual realm what you'd be seeing, what's going on? Wow, man. There's a lot going on, isn't there? When they went out, the wheels were beside them, and it stood at the door of the east gate of the house of Yahuwah, and the esteem of the Elohim of Israel was above them. He was the living creature. It was the living creature I saw under the Elohim of Israel by the river Kabar. And I knew they were cherubim. Each one had 4 faces, and each one 4 wings, and the likeness of the hands of a man was under their wings. And the likeness of their faces was the same as the faces which I had seen by the river Kabar. Their appearances and themselves, each one went straight forward. So there you go. Now he continues on, seeing many visions, many things inside the spiritual realm. where Yahuwah resides. Truth and love resides there. And Ezekiel's just full of that spiritual insight, looking into the spiritual dimension and see what's going on in the original truth, in the original place, eternal dimension. It's called spiritual world. It's eternal dimension. Not this. This is carbon copy. So Ezekiel, you read the whole chapter, man. I mean, the whole book. It's loaded with visions of the spiritual realm. Or, he saw heaven. Same thing when they say that. Now, ironically, we get another sort of a glimpse, I guess, if you will, into the spiritual realm, but not through a man, but through Satan, the devil. And this is found in Job, the book of Job. So if we look at Job 1, 6 through 12, we get a little vision of heaven here, okay? What's going on up in that dimension. So Job 1, 6 through 12 says, "And the day came to be that the sons of Elohim came to present themselves before Yahuwah, and Satan also came among them." So here we are now. We see that the sons of Elohim, or the messengers, if you will, the watchers, and Satan being one of them, comes and goes into the spiritual realm and into the carbon copy world. So they're able to it seems to be that they're able to go through the door or pass across the bridge, if you will, from purity into impurity and back and forth at will. But the problem is they can get dirty. When they come into the carbon world, they can get dirty. And the way the scripture says that they get dirty is by having relationships with the daughters of men, and especially during their time of month. Okay, and they come in contact with that blood, makes them impure. Scripture is very strict. Torah is very strict on that. And they violated that command. And so we see here in Genesis 6, it speaks a lot on that subject. And in verse 2 specifically, it says that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, that they were good, and they took wives for themselves of all whom they chose. And then in 4, it says the Nephilim were on the Eretz in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of Elohim came into the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old, the men of name. Okay, and so the point of it is here is that when we read over here in 6, where it says, "And the day came to be that the sons of Elohim came to present themselves before Yahuwah." Okay, now we can see here that these spiritual beings left their principality, came into the carbon copy world, and took wives of the daughters of men and bore children with them. Okay, so this was a corruption of Yahuwah's creation, the DNA, Yahuwah's original DNA, and it caused a big problem in the universe. So Yahuwah had to destroy. He nearly destroyed the carbon copy world before its time, which was 6,000 years, a lot of cated to man. But he didn't, because he found Noah, who was perfect in his generations. His DNA was not corrupted. So through Noah's seed, he repopulated or restored his creation after the deluge, after he flooded it out and nearly destroyed everything. Okay, so anyway, just want you to see that the sons of Elohim, or the angels, or the messengers, the watchers. Okay, and like I said, Hashatan being one of them. They're traveling back and forth between the dimensions, man, or through going to different realms, because Yahuwah dwells in the seventh heaven. In other words, he's in the highest realm within the dimension. That's where he dwells. And so he's at you have to be at a certain frequency to be able to enter into his presence. Okay? And so anyway, and Yahuwah said to Satan, "From where did you come?" And Satan answered Yahuwah and said, "From diligently searching in the Uretz and from walking up and down in it. I just come out of that nasty carbon copper world, man. Smacking your creatures around a little bit down there." And Yahuwah said to Satan, "Have you considered my servant Job, that there is none like him on the Uretz, a perfect and straight man, one who fears Elohim and turns aside from evil? He doesn't live in the evil knowledge of evil. You know, he forsakes it. He doesn't want it." And Satan answered Yahuwah and said, "Is Job fearing Elohim for nothing? Have you not made a hedge around him? See, if you fear him, you will obey him. If you do not fear him, you will disobey him, and you will be lawless. Do what you want to do because you have no fear of Yahuwah," which means if you don't fear him, you don't believe in him. You've crossed the line of unbelief, and therefore you're going heading for the lake of fire and the second death if you stay on that path. "Have you not made a hedge around him and around his household and around all that he has on every side? You have blessed the work of his hands, and his possessions have increased in the land. But stretch out your hand, please, and strike all that he has, if he would not curse you to your face." And Yahuwah said to Satan, "See, all that he has is in your hand. Only do not lay a hand on himself." A hand on himself. And Satan went out from the presence of Yahuwah. Satan left the spiritual realm where truth and love resides and went over into the carbon copy world, this temporal existence, which is not real. It's fake. It's just a copy. It's like if you take something it's expensive, like a real expensive painting, like the Mona Lisa, we'll say, Mona Lisa. And then somebody makes a carbon copy of it that looks exactly like it, and hands it to you. Well, you might think you're rich until the experts come and say, "Oh, this is just a carbon copy of the reality, man. Throw this thing in the fire and burn it. It's not worth the paper it's printed on." But yet the original's worth a whole lot of money. See what I'm saying? So we're a carbon copy of the original. Everything here is on this world, in this carbon copy world we live in. So there we go. So then look at over here. We get another glimpse up there. So we can see here now through Satan's little journeys here, we get a glimpse into heaven. And so Yahuwah is up there, and he's having counsel with his watchers, his messengers. Okay. And not only is there a council going on of sorts, there's some kind of a game begins to play between Yahuwah and Satan. There's some kind of a little, if you do this, he'll do that. And if you do that, he'll do this type of little game going on here. Okay. And so let's read it. 2 Job 2, 1 through 7. And again, let's get another glimpse into that reality, that truth, okay? "Again, the day came to be that the sons of Elohim, the messengers, the watchers, angels, whatever, came to present themselves before Yahuwah. And Satan also came among them to present himself before Yahuwah. And Yahuwah said to Satan, from where did you come? And Satan answered Yahuwah and said, from diligently searching in the arets and from walking up and down in it. I was down in the carbon copy gutter, man, down in the trashy world down there, walking around kicking people around. That's where I was. And Yahuwah said to Satan, have you considered my servant Job, that there is none like him on the arets, a perfect and straight man, one who fears Elohim and turns aside from evil? And still he holds fast to his integrity, although you incited me against him to destroy him without cause. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? What Yahuwah just said, that the devil incited him against Job to destroy him without a cause. Does that mean Yahuwah fell for the bait, Satan's bait? Took his bait? No, not at all. Not at all. It's way deeper than that. And Satan answered Yahuwah and said, skin for skin, and all that a man has he would give for his life. But stretch out your hand, please, and strike his bone in his flesh, if he would not curse you to your face. And Yahuwah said to Satan, see, he is in your hand, only spare his life. And Satan went out from the presence of Yahuwah. He left the spiritual realm, entered back into the carbon copy realm, and smote Job with loathsome sores from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. So there you go. Interesting. So what do we learn? Well, we learned Yahuwah's up there counseling, holding counsels with his spiritual creatures. And he's also, these spiritual creatures can go from the spiritual dimension into the carbon copy dimension and back into the spiritual dimension and converse with Yahuwah if it's Yahuwah's will to appear to them. Interesting insight. That's spiritual insight. Okay. All right. So let's look at somebody else here. Let's get a look at, let's go to Daniel. How about Daniel? Daniel got a glimpse of actually several things. Daniel got a glimpse into the future. He got to see the future. And he also got to look into the spiritual dimension, into the heaven. And he actually saw both with his own eyes. He saw the future. He saw the spiritual dimension. And he understood, he got to understand basically when the carbon copy world was going to end, and then it would all be just a spiritual realm, spiritual dimension. The carbon copy dimension would be gone, and kind of how that was going to happen. Although I don't know if he really understood it all the way, but at least his eyes beheld the future and the spiritual realm. Okay, and we find that in a lot of places, but we can go Daniel 7 is where it's mostly, that's where most of it is. So he also gets to see into the heaven there, like a lot of them did, and saw Yahuwah in the throne of Yahuwah, So he gets a glimpse at that as well. So here we go. Let's read it, Daniel 7, and see what Daniel got to see. In the first year of Belshazzar, sovereign of Babel, Daniel had a dream and visions of his head on his bed. Then he wrote down the dream, giving a summary of the matters. Daniel spoke and said, I was looking in my vision by night and saw the four winds of the Shemayim stirring up the great sea. And so this would be the four winds of the Shemayim, this would be the presence of Yahuwah, his omnipotence, and the Shemayim stirring up the great sea, which would be the nations here on the Eretz. So, although these people are seen into the spiritual realm, remember their choice of words. When they try to describe things are lacking interpretation because they don't know what they're seeing. So they're trying to describe it with the only words that they possess. They can't pull out new words, along with the future visions and use them. They don't have them. So, so they're trying their best to describe what they're seeing with the vocabulary that they have available to them during this particular time, this era. So Daniel spoke. I was looking in my vision at night and saw the four winds of the Shemayim stirring up the great sea, and four great beasts came up from the sea, different from one another. They were separate monsters. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. This was Great Britain and the United States of America under the rule of Great Britain, who was the lion. The eagle's wings were the United States of America, not born yet. Not a nation yet. I was looking until its wings were plucked off, and it was lifted up from the Eretz and made to stand on 2 feet like a man, and it was given a man's heart. So now the 2 wings were plucked out of the lion. This is the Revolutionary War. This is when America broke away from Great Britain, became its own nation. It stood up on its feet like a man, Uncle Sam, in the image of an eagle, and Uncle Sam. We have 2 images representing the United States of America, Uncle Sam and the bald eagle. And it was given a man's heart. And see another beast, a second like a bear, Russia, and it was raised up on one side and had 3 ribs in its mouth between its teeth. And they said this to it, arise and that devour much flesh, which is what communism does. And this I looked and I saw another like a leopard, this is Germany, which had on its back 4 wings of a bird. The beast also had 4 heads, 4 Reichs, and rule was given to it. And this I looked in the night visions and saw a 4th beast, RCC, fearsome or reborn Holy Roman Empire, fearsome and burly, exceedingly strong. Some call it the European Union. And it had great iron teeth. It devoured and crushed and trampled down the rust with its feet. And it was different from all the beasts that were before it. And it had 10 horns. 10 horns, 10 sovereigns. I was thinking about the horns, then saw another horn, a little one, the anti-Mashiach, coming up among them. And 3 of the first horns were plucked out of the roots before it. And see, eyes like the eyes of a man were in this horn, and a mouth speaking great words. He was a great speaker, silver tongue, influenced many people with his mouth, with his tongue, with flatteries. So the 10 sovereigns, 3 were uprooted. The one little horn, the anti, took over those 3 kingdoms, and now there were 8 instead of 10. I was looking until thrones were set up and the Ancient of Days were seated. There you go. So the Ancient of Days was seated, and this is Yahuwah. So I was looking. So he saw this. I was looking until thrones were set up and the Ancient of Days was seated. So this appears to be like a courtroom setting that he's seeing. His robe was white as snow, and the hair of his head was like clean wool. His throne was flames of fire. His throne was flames of fire. Kind of resonates a little bit with what Ezekiel was saying. Its wheels, burning fire. Its wheels. So Daniel saw the wheels just like Ezekiel did. Its wheels, burning fire. Wheel within a wheel, remember? And the rim around them was full of eyes. This is similar to what Ezekiel saw in his vision. So this has to be describing the throne and the presence of Yahuwah in the spiritual realm. It's definitely ain't in our realm. I ain't never seen nothing like that before, have you? A stream of fire was flowing and coming forth from his presence, and 1,000 served him, and 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. The judge was seated, and the books were open. Millions. 10,000 times 10,000. Million. Stood before him. The judge was seated, and the books were opened. So this is like what, who was that saw that? Isaiah? He saw all those people, he saw him on the throne, and all those people on his right, and all those people on his left, all the host of the Shemayim on his left and his right. 1 million, it seems to be 1 million. It says 10,000 times 10,000. So this is very close to what these others have seen in their vision. I was looking, so he's still looking into the spiritual dimension. See that? I was looking. Then because of the sound of the great words which the horn was speaking, I was looking until the beast was slain. The beast being the end time beast, and its body destroyed and given to the burning fire. I think this is the beast system of control, is what this sounds like. The clergy, the laity, the clergy, the nobility, and the mainstream media people making up the system of the beast is how the devil controls the world and rules over the people through his set up beast system of control, possibly through a quantum computer of sorts. And the rest of the beasts had their rule taken away, but a lengthening of life was given to them for a season and a time. So they weren't quite destroyed yet, but they lost their power. I was looking on the night visions. There he is, looking at the visions again. He's seen. And I saw one like the Son of Man coming with the clouds of the Shemayim. There's that clouds again. The clouds of Yahuwah. Yeah, there's them clouds again, man. And he came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. And to him was given rulership and preciousness and reign, that all peoples, nations, and languages should serve him. His rule is an everlasting rule, which shall not pass away. It's eternal, so it's a spiritual reign. And his reign, that which shall not be destroyed, because it's spiritual. As for me, Daniel, my ruach was pierced within my body, and the visions of my head alarmed me. I drew near to one of those who stood by and asked him the certainty of all this. And he spoke to me and made known to me the interpretation of the matters. So here we go. Now, he saw all this in the future. He was looking into the spiritual dimension. He saw the future. He saw the throne. He saw the Ancient of Days. He saw them all. He saw all that. Daniel, he got to see it out. Now he's going to get an interpretation of all the things he saw, because he can't believe what he saw. So I'm saying he's kind of blowed him away. You know what I mean? He spoke to me and made known to me the interpretation of the matters. These great beasts, which are four sovereigns, which rise up from the arets, a sovereign or a nation. Then the set apart ones of the Most High shall receive the reign and possess the reign forever, even forever and ever. Then I desired for certainty concerning the fourth beast, which was different from the other beast, very fearsome, with its teeth of iron and its nails of bronze, which devoured, crushed, and trampled down the rust with its feet. And concerning the 10 horns, they were on its head, and of the other horn that came up, before which 3 fell, this horn, which had eyes and a mouth, which spoke great words, whose appearance was greater than his fellows. I was looking, and this horn was fighting against the set apart ones, and was prevailing against them. So he's seeing futuristic visions until the Ancient of Days came, and justice was given to the set apart ones of the Most High. And the time came, and the set apart ones took possession of the reign. This is what he said. The 4th beast is the 4th reign on Eretz, which is different from all the other reigns, and it devours all the Eretz, tramples it down, and crushes it. And the 10 horns are 10 sovereigns from this reign. They shall rise, and another shall rise after them, and it is different from the first ones, and it humbles 3 sovereigns. And it speaks words against the Most High, and it wears out the set apart ones of the Most High, and it intends to change appointed times and Torah. And they are given into its hand for a time and times and half a time, which is 3.5 years. A time's a year. So time and times and a half a time, 3.5 years. But the judgment shall sit, and they shall take away its rule to cut off and to destroy until the end. And the reign and the rulership and the greatness of the reigns under all the Shemayim shall be given to the people and set apart ones of the Most High. His reign is an everlasting reign, which means it's got to be spiritual. And all rulership shall serve and obey him. This is the end of the matter. As for me, Daniel, my thoughts greatly alarmed me, and my color changed, and I kept the matter in my heart. So there you go, man. Daniel got to see a lot of it, didn't he? He got to see the spiritual dimension. He got to see the future. He got to see the throne. He got to see Yahuwah. I mean, he had a lot dumped on him there all at once, didn't he? So here we go. Let's take a look at somebody else who got to see into the Shemayim, spiritual dimension or heaven, otherwise known as heaven. And we find that in Acts 7, 44 through 56. We can cut to the chase and go right to 55 and 56. But anyway, we got time. Let's just go to 44. Acts 44 through 56. This obviously is Stephen. And he got to look into the Shemayim was opened up to him. Stephen saw into heaven, or into the spiritual realm, if you will. 44. The tent of witness was with our fathers in the wilderness. That was the set apart dwelling of Yahuwah, the carbon copy of the reality, which was in the Shemayim, in the heaven, in the spiritual realm, where the dwelling place of Yahuwah was with our fathers in the wilderness. The carbon copy was. As he appointed, instructing Moses to make it according to the pattern that he had seen. So there's more confirmation of that. He had to make it according to the pattern he had seen in the spiritual world and spiritual dimension, which our fathers, having received it in turn, also brought with Yahusha into the land possessed by the nations, whom Elohim drove out before the face of our fathers until the days of David, who found favor before Elohim and asked to find a dwelling for the Elohim of Jacob, or Yaqub. But Solomon built him a house. However, the Most High does not dwell in dwellings made with hands. He doesn't dwell in this carbon-copied world. He dwells in the spiritual realm, where truth and love resides there. That's him. He's truth and love. That's where he resides. As the prophet says, the heaven is my throne, and Eretz is my footstool. What house shall you build for me? says Yahuwah. So in other words, he dwells in the spiritual realm. His footstool, the carbon copied reality of his dwelling place is on the Shemayim. So what house shall you build for me? Says Yahuwah. Or what is the place of my rest? Has my hand not made all these? You stiff-necked and uncircumcised in heart and ears. You always resist the Kadesh Ruach as your fathers did. You also do. That means you resist the spiritual matters. You resist leaving the carbon copy world and coming into the spiritual realm where Yahuwah dwells and worshiping him there in spirit and truth. You're resisting it. You only want to see the spirit, the fleshly stuff. You set apart, be set apart. That means leave the carbon copy world, the shadow, and come into the truth, into the spiritual dimension with Yahuwah. Which of the prophets did your fathers not persecute? Well, the prophets could see into the spiritual realm, and as we just found out. And they killed those who before announced the coming of the righteous one, of whom you now have become the betrayers and murderers, who received the Torah as it was established by messengers, but did not watch over it. And having this, they were cut to the hearts. After hearing this, they were cut to the hearts and gnashed the teeth at him. But he, being filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, this is Stephen now, but he, being filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, looked steadily into the heaven. So he got to look into the heaven. The Ruach opened up his eyes and he could dwell on him. So do you suppose you have to be indwelled by the Ruach HaKodesh to see into the heaven or the spiritual dimension? It sounds like it, doesn't it? I'd say yes. Unless Yahuwah wills differently, of course. And saw the esteem of Elohim and Yahusha standing at the right hand of Elohim. And he said, look, I see the Shemayim open and the son of Adam standing at the right hand of Yahuwah. So Stephen definitely saw into the spiritual realm. And what he saw was Yahusha on the throne in the Shemayim, ruling and having all authority and all power over his creation, both in the spiritual dimension and the earthly carbon copy dimension. This is what he saw. There's a lot of Hebrew idioms in there. If you're not familiar with them, you need to study about Hebrew idioms. Okay? But clearly, Stephen looked steadily into the spiritual dimension, into heaven, and saw the throne of Yahuwah and one sitting on it who was Yahusha. Powerful stuff, man. So the son of Adam standing at the right hand of Yahuwah means he was the one sitting on the throne, wielding all the power and authority. And so Yahuwah was in his body. He was appearing. He could be seen in his body that he created for himself, the firstborn of all creation, the Word, the messenger of Yahuwah, Yahusha, HaMashiach. They could see him. Because if it wasn't Yahusha sitting on the throne, on the one throne up there, then they wouldn't have been able to see anything. They would have just seen a blank throne, because you can't see Yahuwah in his natural form, which is spirit. You can't see him. Only see him when he wants you to, by revealing himself either in his spiritual body or in his fleshly body, like he did when he came down and walked as a man in flesh. Pretty plain. I mean, it's pretty simple to see it. Okay. So there we go. Stephen got a good look into the heaven, didn't he? Okay, Acts 10. Okay, so this one's a little bit harder to see, but we shouldn't have too much problem anymore at this point. I mean, you can see everything's kind of coinciding here. And so it's kind of helping as we progress now through the rest of the scriptures through this study. So here in Acts 10, we read about Peter who saw heaven open as well. So he saw the heaven open, and he saw some weird things going on in the spiritual realm, in the spiritual dimension, okay? And they're described here in Acts 10. So we'll go for Acts, we'll go 9 through about 28, so we can get a good understanding of this going on with Peter here. So remember, heaven is just another term for spiritual dimension. Okay, the throne is just another term for the presence of Yahuwah. Because obviously, Yahuwah is not confined to a throne in one place. He's omnipotent. Means he dwells in the spiritual dimension. He dwells in the carbon copy dimension. He dwells in the present, past, and future. He's not restricted by tenses or anything else. Everything is in him, and he is in everything. If you can accept it, Yahuwah is the outer perimeter of all existence. Everything exists inside of him. Nothing exists outside of him. Okay, so that means both dimensions are inside of Yahuwah. All right, so here we go. Acts 10:9. And on the next day, as they were on their way and approaching the city, Peter went up on the housetop to pray about the 6th hour, which had been noon. Zoom at noon. And he became hungry and wished to eat. But while they were preparing, he fell into a trance. He went into a trance. That could be like a daydream. He was daydreaming, right? Type trance. Okay, so he had lost focus on reality, everything around him, and he was in a trance, and he was in some kind of thought, dream, daydream type deal. And he saw the heaven open. Bam, there it is. So Peter saw the heaven opened. So he saw into the spiritual dimension. He started seeing into the spiritual dimension because he was in his trance. And a certain vessel like a great sheet. So it was a vessel like a sheet bound at the four corners, descending to him and let down to the uretes. So he saw it coming out of the Shemaim, out of the heavens, letting be down put onto the earth, coming out of the spiritual dimension. So he was obviously looking into the spiritual dimension and watching all this as he was in his trance. In which were all kinds of four-footed beasts of the uretes, and wild beasts and creeping creatures and the birds of the heaven. So these are unclean animals. They're not made, you're not allowed to eat them. Okay. And a voice came to him, "Rise up, Kepha, slay and eat." The voice was out of the spiritual realm. But Kepha said, "Not at all, master, because I have never eaten whatever is common or unclean." And a voice came to him again the second time, "What Elohim has cleansed, you do not consider common." And this took place 3 times, and the vessel was taken back to the heaven. So then it was wrapped back up and taken back up, right, into truth. And while Kepha was doubting within himself about what the vision might mean, look, the men who had been sent from Cornelius, having asked for the house of Simon, stood at the gate. And calling out, they inquired whether Simon, also known as Kepha or Peter, was staying there. And as Kepha was thinking about the vision, the Ruach HaKodesh said to him, "See, 3 men seek you." So he's hearing this out of the spiritual dimension. He's still in that spiritual world, man. "But rise up, go down and go with them, not doubting at all, for I have sent them." So Kepha went down to the men who had been sent to him from Cornelius and said, "Look, I am the one you seek. Why have you come?" And they said, "Cornelius the captain, a just man, and one who fears Elohim and well spoken of by the entire nation of the Yehudim, was instructed by a set-apart messenger," that's an angel or a watcher, if you will, "to send for you to his house and to hear words from you." So inviting them in, he housed them, and on the next Yom, Kepha went away with them, and some brothers from Yafu went with him, some other Yehudim. And the following Yom, they entered into Caesarea, and Cornelius was waiting for them, having called together his relatives and close friends. And it came to be that when Kepha entered, Cornelius met him and fell down at his feet and bowed before him. But Kepha raised him up, saying, "Stand up. I myself am also a man." "What are you doing, dude? I'm just a man like you." And talking with him, he went in and found many who had come together. And he said to them, "You know that a Yehudite man is not allowed to associate with or go to one of another race." The Yehudite back then was under strict tradition not to associate with anything other than an Israelite. "But Elohim has shown me that I should not call any man common or unclean." So there you go. So obviously then this vision that Peter saw when he got a glimpse into the spiritual realm or into heaven was not about food or dietary laws being abolished. This was all about Yahuwah teaching Peter that he was the Elohim, the deliverer of the Gentiles, of the nations, as well as the Yehudah. So this vision was about men, not about food. It's not about food like the uninformed teachers or Christians tell you it is. It's about other races of men being allowed to come to the throne of Yahuwah and to be engrafted into Yisrael, becoming Yisrael. The nations, it's open to the nations as well as Yisrael. That's what this is about. So this was all done through a spiritual vision, entering into the spiritual realm, being able to see into heaven, getting the message from Yahuwah, hearing the voices from the spiritual dimension, talking to him, and explaining to him what he saw. And there it is. The vision was not about food, but about men, other races, all the nations, the Gentiles could be delivered through Yahusha and receive the Ruach HaKodesh. Okay? And if we look down real quickly here at verse 30, it's interesting. It says, "And Cornelius said, 4 days ago I was fasting until this hour, and at the 9th hour I prayed in my house." It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. "And see, a man stood before me in shining garments. and said, your prayers have been heard and your kind deeds were remembered before Yahuwah. So this man stood before me in shining garments, obviously had to be from the spiritual dimension. I don't know anybody that has can turn on their clothes and make them like a light and glowing light. You know what I mean? So this was Cornelius getting a slight glimpse into the spiritual realm by seeing a man standing before him in shining garments. So even Cornelius got a glimpse of the spiritual realm that exists beyond our carbon copied eyes, or we're restricted with our carbon copy eyes. You know, the scales have to be removed. We're blinded. We're spiritually blinded. I was blind, but now I see. Right? The blind man, remember, Yahusha bent down, grabbed up some dirt and spit in it, mixed it up, put it in that guy's eyes. And he went and washed all that out, and the man could see. All of a sudden he could see. Yeah, his eyes were open and he could see now from the flesh in his eyes and the living waters mixed in with that clay, that flesh. Okay, and the living waters cleansed it. Well, he washed it out with the water, and then he could see spiritually. The man believed. Powerful stuff, man. So old Cornelius got to see a glimpse of that. So Matthew 17 is interesting. It's definitely a glimpse into the spiritual realm, but it's kind of unclear what's going on here, what they really saw, but for sure they got a glimpse into the spiritual realm in Matthew 17. But although this is unclear of what they were actually looking at, it becomes very obvious, really, that Yahusha had proved without a shadow of a doubt here to these three witnesses that he was Yahuwah. He was Yahuwah's esteem. Okay, and so it's found in Matthew 17. And it starts in verse 1, but it goes through 13 here. So let's look at it. And after 6 days, Yahusha took Peter and Jacob and Yahuchanan, his brother. So Jacob and Yahuchanan were brothers, and Kepha. So these were the sons of thunder. Jacob and Yahuchanan were the sons of thunder, nicknamed the sons of thunder by Yahusha, because they wanted to draw thunder and lightning down on those people and kill them. They wouldn't give them housing as they were traveling to Jerusalem. Remember, we draw lightning down upon them like Elisha did. And so he nicknamed them the sons of thunder. So that's who they were, and Kepha. These three are real tight, man. I mean, they were with Yahusha a lot. And brought them up on a high mountain by themselves. And he was transformed before them. He was transformed into light before them, and his face shone like the sun. Oh, wait a minute now. His face shone like the sun. So could you look at the face? No, absolutely not. You couldn't look at that face if it was as bright as the sun. Try to look up at the sun. You can't do it for too long. If you try to overcome it, that bright light, you blind yourself. Probably what Paul did. He probably tried to overcome that bright light, and it blinded him. Shone like the sun, and his garments became as white as the light. So even his garments, okay, were as white, shining bright and white as his face. Okay, so it would be very hard to look upon him when he transformed. Okay, very hard, if maybe not even possible, at least for more than a few seconds. And see, Moses and Elijah appeared to them, talking with him, meaning Yahusha. So here's Yahusha, transfigurated or transformed into light, brighter than the sun. And Moses and Elijah appeared to them, talking with Yahusha. So they were standing there talking with Yahusha. And Peter answering said to Yahusha, Master, it is good for us to be here. If you wish, let us make here 3 booths, one for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah. So obviously here then, we can see that these 2 men appeared to Peter as ordinary men. They weren't engulfed in light, saturated in a bright light like the sun, like Yahusha was, just Yahusha was. They appeared there as just regular looking ordinary men, because Peter in his mind thought that he needed to provide shelter for them. If all 3 of them was glowing like the sun, was probably the sun, I don't think Peter would have thought to make a shelter for them. You know, he only did it because his flesh saw flesh and knew that flesh requires food, water, and shelter for survival. So this was just like a natural instinct for Peter when he thought to provide shelter for these 2 ordinary looking men. Although it sounds like he knew that they were Moses and Elijah. So, Master, is it good to be here? If you wish, let me make 3 booths, one for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah. So he knew who they were. But these men weren't lit up like Yahusha. And so I think this is probably a pretty big hint for us that these 2 men didn't come from eternity. They weren't brought into that time era from eternity, everlasting, reign of Yahuwah, spiritual dimension, eternity. Okay, because they came in their flesh. They would have had immortal bodies, which probably would have appeared more like a glow, like the man that they saw, that we just read about. He saw the man that was glowing, with bright light. You could tell he was a messenger or from the eternal reign or somewhere, but not these guys. And so it appears that they didn't come out of the eternal reign. They would have had immortal bodies. So where did they come from? Well, like I said, I think Peter saw fleshly men in need of shelter. And that's why he said such a weird thing. He's like dumbfounded. But I believe that, according to what we're reading here, that Yahusha transformed himself into the esteem of Yahuwah. And he basically what Moses saw while hiding in the cliff, but he didn't look on that face that was bright as the sun, did he? The rest of him was bright white, like the light, but not shone like the sun, like his face did. And so I believe then that these Moses and Elijah appeared in the flesh from their air. So Yahusha called Moses in from his air and called Elijah in from his air to that time period where he was standing there transformed, and then he sent them back into their proper air Don't forget, Yahuwah is not restricted by tenses. He lives in the past, present, and future. It's just his invention, his creation. He did it for us, not for him. Nothing restricts him. He's everything, and he can do anything. I mean, that's one thing you got to get into your mind. Can't restrict Yahuwah. All things are possible with Yahuwah. And so while he was still speaking of Peter, see a bright cloud. There's that cloud again. A bright cloud overshadowed them. And see, a voice came out of the cloud. There's that cloud again. A voice come out of the cloud of Yahuwah, just like back in the day, in Tabernacle day, in Moshe back there, saying, "This is my son, the beloved, in whom I do delight. Hear him." And when the Talmudim heard, they fell on their faces and were much afraid. But Yahusha came near and touched them and said, "Rise and do not be afraid." And having lifted up their eyes, they saw no one but Yahusha only. So here we go. Peter, Kippa, Yakub, and Yahuchanan got a glimpse into the spiritual realm. They saw the esteem of Yahuwah, man, in the spiritual realm, how he really exists in his principality. Okay, and on top of that, they heard a voice out of a cloud in the Shemayim, a voice come out of the spiritual dimension. Okay, and on top of that, where it says, and they lift up their eyes and saw no one but Yahusha, they came back into the reality out of the spiritual realm, all these things that were going on around them from the spiritual dimension back into the carbon copy, and it all closed up on them. And they found themselves back in their reality, back in their principality where they exist, which is the carbon copy world. Okay? And so they saw no one but Yahuwah only, see? They were back in their carbon copy world, and nothing spiritual was going on anymore. And listen to this. And as they were coming down from the mountain, Yahusha ordered them. He ordered them, means commanded them, saying, "Do not mention the vision to anyone until the son of Adam is raised from the dead." Powerful stuff. And his Talmudim asked him, saying, "Why then do the scribes say that Elijah or Eliyahu has to come first?" And Yahusha answering said to them, "Eliyahu is indeed coming first and shall restore all matters. But I say to you that Eliyahu has already come, and they did not recognize him, but did to him whatever they wished. In this way, the son of Adam is also about to suffer by them." Then the Talmudim understood that he had spoken to them about Yahuchanan the immerser. There it is. And so what does that mean? That means he was giving them spiritual insight in order to understand the literal, the physical that was going on here in the carbon copied reality, in their world. What they perceived to be their reality, but was only a substitute, forgery, okay, a copy of what was real. And that's the spiritual dimension. See that? So very good, man. Very good. All right. So now let's look at Mark. Mark 1, 8 through 12. We read here that Yahusha, who had a dual nature, fully human, fully divine, his dual nature of being fully human got to see into the heaven with his carbon copy eyes. So the human got to see, get a glimpse into the heavens. So let's see what Yahusha saw as a man. It's in 8 through 12, Mark 1. "I indeed did immerse you in water, but he shall immerse you in the Ruach HaKodesh. And it came to be in those days that Yahusha came from Nazareth of Galilee and was immersed by Yahuchanan in the garden. And immediately coming up from the water, he saw the Shemayim being torn open. So he saw into the spiritual realm, and the Ruach coming down on him like a dove. The dove was for a sign of Yahuwah, the immerser. Okay. And a voice came out of the Shemayim. Here's that voice again. You are my son, the beloved, in whom I do delight. And immediately the Ruach drove him into the wilderness. Okay, so there you go. He goes in the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. So Yahusha saw into the heaven, or if you can accept it, the spiritual world when he came up from the water. Okay? Powerful, man. Woo, it's some powerful stuff. All right, let's keep going here. Told you this was going to be a longer one. 2 Corinthians 12. 1 through 10. To boast indeed is useless for me, for I shall go on to visions and revelations of Yahuwah. So visions and revelations of Yahuwah by going into the spiritual realm. That's how, not in this earthly world, this carbon copied fake, this forgery. I know a man in Mashiach who 14 years ago, whether in the body, I do not know, or whether out of the body, I do not know. Yahuwah knows. Such a one was caught up to the third heaven, the third realm, within the dimension. There's 7 realms in the dimension. Maybe in both. Who knows? And I know such a man, whether in the body or out of the body, I do not know. Yahuwah knows. That he was caught up into paradise and heard unspeakable words, which is not right for a man to speak. What paradise? The only paradise I know of is the Garden of Eden. It hasn't been destroyed. Is the Garden of Eden in the spiritual realm? I think so. I think we're going to return there. I think the new world's going to be the Garden of Eden in the spiritual realm. It's going to be back where Adam and Kua was before they fell. Just a thought. But not right for a man to speak. So it's interesting here that maybe Paul was speaking of himself here, although he's definitely hiding. If it is him, he's hiding his identity. He's not revealing that it was him who was allowed to see into the spiritual dimension, even up to the third realm within the spiritual dimension. I believe some people was allowed up into the 7th realm of the spiritual dimension where Yahuwah is. And so here it sounds like this person, or if it is Paul, was only allowed up into the 3rd realm of the spiritual dimension. Okay, of such a one I shall boast, but of myself I shall not boast, except in my weakness. So maybe he's saying I'll boast in with my being, my spiritual inner man, but not with this fleshly carbon copy vessel. I'm not going to boast, whether he was in his body or he wasn't. He doesn't really know. For if I shall wish to boast, I shall not be a fool, for I shall speak the truth. But I refrain, lest anyone should think more of me than what he sees in me or hears of me, and to keep me from exalting myself because of the exceeding greatness of the revelations. And the exceeding greatness of the revelations means how he understood Scripture. His mind was opened up to understand the Scriptures of truth. He knew a lot. He understood a lot, about the Scriptures and about Yahuwah. Okay. But even though he did, to keep him from exalting himself or bragging on himself or being puffed up, A thorn in the flesh was given to me. A messenger of Satan hit me to keep me from exalting myself. I think he punched him in the eye and gave him bad eyesight, blurred his vision. That's just me saying that, but that's what I believe. Concerning this, I pleaded with the master 3 times to take it away from me, and he said to me, my favor is sufficient for you, for my power is perfected in weakness. Most gladly, then, I shall rather boast in my weaknesses, so that the power of Mashiach rests on me. Okay, so if Yahuwah's power is perfected in our fleshly weakness and the weakness of us as humans, then most gladly we should rather boast in our weakness so that Yahusha is made stronger, right? This is what Paul's saying. So that the power of Mashiach rests on me. So the Mashiach in us is exalted, magnified through our weakness. So he takes over and protects us, helps us, sustains us, teaches us all things, through our weakness. We submit to him. We can't do it. Help me. Okay, so most gladly, and I shall rather boast in my weakness so that the power of Mashiach lies in me. Therefore, I take pleasure in weaknesses, in insults, in needs, in persecutions, in distresses for the sake of Mashiach. For when I am weak, then I am strong. Yeah, so when you're weak, you're strong because you're allowing the Mashiach to take over, all right, and live his life through you. So you become strong in Mashiach. See that? For when I'm weak, then I'm strong because Mashiach takes over. All right. So you're humble, you're weak. Then Mashiach takes over your life and it takes care of you, sustains you. Okay. Well, very good. I mean, no matter what here, whether it was Paul or someone else, they were caught up into the third heaven. So they didn't just get a vision, be able to see into the spiritual realm. Seemed like they were captured. They were taken up, kind of like Enoch was, or even Elijah, with the horses and chariot on fire, was taken up, right, in the whirlwind. But like Enoch is taken up and shown. He was allowed to go up there and look around and see the third heaven, the third realm, and the spiritual dimension. Okay? Very powerful. I think it was Paul just hiding his identity because he didn't want people thinking he was something special and bow down to him and start worshiping or bragging about him, because he had visited heaven like Enoch, and he didn't want to become like Enoch. He just wanted to be a servant of Yahuwah and keep a low profile. So even when those people in Athens started worshiping him, thinking because he was healing people and so forth, he didn't like that. He told them to knock it off, stop doing that. But yet they kept doing it, caused a big uproar. But Paul was more of a humble person. He didn't want anybody to exalt him. So I think he hid his identity and said it was someone else. He knew someone. But I think it was really Paul. I mean, I know I've done that kind of thing too, and I'm sure most of you have too, when you're trying to be humble, right? Okay, so here we go. Hebrews 8:4-7. We'll revisit that as I promised. And it says, "For if indeed he were on the Eretz," speaking of Yahusha, "he would not be a priest, since there are priests who offer the gifts according to the Torah, who serve a copy and a shadow of the heavenly." So we just serve a copy and a shadow because we're in this carbon copied world. As Moses was warned when he was about to make the tent, for he said, "See that you make all according to the pattern shown you on the mountain." But now he has obtained a more excellent service, speaking of Yahusha, inasmuch as he is also mediator of a better covenant, which was constituted on better promises. For if that first had been faultless, then no place would have been sought for a second. For finding fault with them, he says, see, the days are coming, says Yahuwah, when I shall conclude with the house of Yisrael and with the house of Yehudah a renewed covenant with both houses. Not according to the covenant I made with their fathers in the Yam when I took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Mitzrayim, because they did not continue in my covenant. And I disregarded them, says Yahuwah, because this is the covenant that I shall make with the house of Yisrael, now being one house. After those days, says Yahuwah, given my laws in their mind, and I shall write them on their hearts, and I shall be their Elohim, and they shall be my people. So he's doing the same thing, but he's just doing it differently through the individual vessels, chosen vessels, rather than as a group. Okay, so he's identifying each living stone that makes up his third temple. Okay, and right and everything, they become his temple, the Ark of the Covenant. His 10 debarms written in their hearts, carried around with them in the Ark of the Covenant. Their being becomes his mercy seat. And so we see it all playing out, set apart to Yahuwah. We're spiritual creatures now because he's a spiritual indwelling Ruach in us, and we become his dwelling place. Okay, and so we're set apart to Yahuwah because we've become spiritual. Okay, we become holy ground. Take off thy shoes. Okay, same thing that happened with the tabernacle in the wilderness. It was the original come down, was made here exactly like it was up there. Yahuwah came down as a cloud, and he covered it. He made it set apart from the earthly realm, this carbon world realm, and made it set apart and spiritual, part of the spiritual realm. And then his presence was there because it was set apart to Yahuwah. And everything in it was set apart. It was spiritual. It wasn't carbon copied fleshly stuff. See that? And so are we. Now we've become that, a spiritual being indwelled by a spiritual creator. We become set apart to Yahuwah. And he dwells here in us. You see it? See the connection? Very powerful stuff, man. It had to be made exact. That's why it had to be made exact. Yeah. So 9:19. Where's 9:19 at? Yeah. Let's look at 9:19 through 26, Hebrews. 9:19 through 26. For when, according to Torah, every command had been spoken by Moses to all the people, he took the blood of the calves and goats with water and scarlet wool and hyssop, and sprinkled both the book itself and all the people, saying, this is the blood of the covenant which Yahuwah commanded you. And in the same way, he sprinkled with blood both the tent and all the vessels of the service. He had to make the unclean clean, so it can be spiritual. And according to the Torah, almost all is cleansed with blood. And without shedding of blood, there is no forgiveness. It was necessary then that the copies of the heavenly ones, the originals in the spiritual dimension, should be cleansed with these, but the heavenly ones themselves with better slaughter offerings than these. Okay. So what happened here had to happen in the Shemayim. Okay, and they had to be sprinkled with blood, but animal blood wasn't going to work because it wasn't spiritual. It ain't going to work in the spiritual dimension. We're trapped in this carbon copy. So animal blood ain't going to get it. Neither is men's blood. It had to be spiritual blood to be offered in the spiritual dimension inside of the original heavenly ones. You know, animal blood worked on the copies, but not in the original heavenly ones. It would not work. It had to be spiritual blood, which is why the Ruach HaKodesh had to shed his blood when he purchased us. He had to. It had to be spiritual because it was going into the spiritual dimension, which is eternity. This is an eternity. Okay, it had to happen in eternity in the spiritual realm where truth and love resides, where eternity is. That's why it had to happen there, where the original is. Everything that was made in that tabernacle, all the furniture, utilities, everything, man, was a carbon copy made precisely and exactly like the ones in the Shemayim in the heaven, in the spiritual dimension. And it could only be cleansed with spiritual blood. That's why the Ruach HaKodesh shed his blood. For Mashiach has not entered into a Kodesh place or a set-apart place made by hand. He didn't come into the carbon copy, figures of the true. Did you ever read anywhere in Scripture where Yahusha went inside of the temple copy in Jerusalem? No, he went into the courtyard, but I never read anything about him going into the Holy of Holies. Did you? No, I haven't. Mashiach has not entered into the Kadesh place made by hand, set apart place. Figures of the true. See that? Figures of the true. They're just counterfeit, man. It's just a copy. It's a substitute. It's not real. It's not real, man. But into the heaven itself, see? But into the spiritual dimension where the originals are. That's where he went. Now to appear in the presence of Yahuwah on our behalf. The appear at the throne of Yahuwah is the presence of Yahuwah. Same thing. Presence of Yahuwah, that's the throne. Not that he should offer himself often as the high priest enters into the set-apart place year by year here on the earth, with blood not his own, his blood of animals. For if so, he would have had to suffer often since the foundations of the world. But now he has appeared once for all at the end of the ages to put away sin by the offering of himself. So there you go. He only had to appear once for all at the end of the ages in the Shemayim, where eternal reign is. He didn't do it on the earth on the copies, because if he did, he'd have to do it year by year by year by year by year, just like the humans had to do. See what I mean? But when he went to the originals and sprinkled his blood, the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh on the originals in the spiritual realm, it was over. It was finished, man. You didn't have to do that anymore. Waiting for that time onward until his enemies are made a foot. So what did I leave off at? But he was offered one slaughtered offering for sins for all time, sat down at the right hand of Yahuwah. This means he received all authority and power. He was the one in charge. He's the boss. He's the creator. He's the one on the one throne. Just right hand of Yahuwah is just a Hebrew idiom. Waiting from that time onward until his enemies are made a footstool for his feet, because they're in the fleshly realm. But by one offering he has perfected for all time those who are being set apart. See, those are being set apart from this carbon copy world into the spiritual dimension by being set apart like the tabernacle was. Okay, so the indwelling of the Ruach HaKodesh, the covering of the Ruach, just like he covered the tabernacle in the wilderness, he's covering you, and then that right there is making you set apart. You're set apart vessel to Yahuwah because he indwells you, cleaned up. He indwells you. He's living in you. You're his dwelling place. So you have been set apart. You are a spiritual person now. You're a spiritual thing. You're no longer fleshly. You're no longer anything. So what has happened? Well, the world recognizes you as being dead. Your flesh is dead. A lot of times you'll hear people say, man, what happened to you? Oh, boy, you changed. These type of remarks, right? Or who are you? Where's my son? Where's my friend from 10th grade? You seem totally different. So they recognize you as dead, but what they don't know is you're resurrected Mashiach as a new spiritual being in Yahuwah. You're now a spiritual creature set apart to Yahuwah by his indwelling Ruach. See that? For by one offering he has perfected for all the time those who are being set apart. And the Ruach HaKodesh also witnesses to us, for after having said before, this is the covenant that I shall make with them after those days, says Yahuwah, giving my laws into their hearts, and in their minds I shall write them, and their sins and their lawlessnesses I shall remember no more. Now where there is forgiveness of these, there is no longer a slaughter offering for sin. So brothers, having boldness to enter into the set-apart place by the blood of Yahusha, by a new and living way, which he has instituted for us through the veil, that is, his flesh, and having a high priest over the house of Yahuwah, let us draw near with a true heart and completeness of belief, having our hearts sprinkled from the wicked consciousness and our bodies washed with clean water. Hallelujah. The Ruach HaKodesh, the clean water. Hearts are the new holy of holies, and our hearts have been sprinkled with the blood of Yahusha, man, and he's living in us. He sprinkled our minds from we don't have a wicked conscience anymore. Okay, we understand we're set apart, spiritual beings, sons of light. We have a spiritual father now, so we're spiritual children because we're set apart to Yahuwah. You seeing it? Enter into the spiritual realm, folks, where truth and love resides. Hebrews 11, 13 through 16. Wow. All right, so 13 through 16, Hebrews 11. In belief, all these died, not having received the promises, but seeing them from a distance. So these people saw spiritual dimension, or at least spiritual works, from a distance. Okay, so they got a glimpse, but it was far away. Okay. But seeing them from a distance, welcomed and embraced them. Even though they saw them at this, they still welcomed it and embraced it, and confessed that they were aliens and strangers on the Eretz. So they confessed they were spiritual beings now. They're no longer carbon-copied beings. They weren't, this fleshly carbon-copy world. They're aliens and strangers living here, but they're not from here. They're no longer children of dust. They're children of Yahuwah, spiritual beings. They acknowledged it, and they only saw it from a distance, and they embraced it. For those who speak this way make it clear that they seek a fatherland. They seek a dwelling place, and it's not on this carbon copy world. It's in the spiritual dimension where the new heaven and the new earth's going to be. And yet, if they had indeed kept remembering that place from which they had come out, which is the carbon copy world, they would have had the chance to return. You had the chance to go back or return to the spiritual realm. That's what it really means. So they would have had the chance to return to their original habitat, which was spiritually, if they only remembered the place from which they had come, which is spiritual dimension. See, they came from a spiritual dimension, fell down here to this carbon copy world. And if they realized that, they would have the chance to return back into the spiritual dimension and worship Yahuwah in spirit and truth. That's where we belong. We don't belong here in this fake world. It's not real. It's temporal. It's kind of like a matrix, a false existence, if you will. Just to see if we can find our way back. If we can remember where our home is, where we actually came from, we're spiritual beings, man. And if we can remember where we came from, we have a chance to get back there through the Mashiach and the indwelling of the Ruach HaKodesh can set us apart, remove us from this carbon-copied fake reality, this fake world, over into where we came from, into the truth, into the spiritual world, which is eternal, which we should have been eternal beings, not temporal beings. This is our punishment. We're living under the knowledge of the tree of evil, good and evil. And we're living out the evil part right here in this carbon copy world, turned it into evil. This is the evil we have sentenced ourselves to. This has become our dwelling place, but it's not our home. It's not where we're from. We need to remember where we're from so that we'll have a chance to return back into the spiritual dimension and have eternal life with Yahuwah. But now they long for a better place. All right, long for a better place than this carbon copy world. That is a heavenly. See that? That is a heavenly. They want to get back to the spiritual dimension where they're from. Therefore, Yahuwah is not ashamed to be called their Yahuwah, for he has prepared a city for them. Wow! He has prepared a city for them in the spiritual dimension where the new heaven and the new earth will be, and that's where we will reside with him for eternity in the spiritual dimension. You get a good look at that city. He's prepared a city for them in Revelations 21:9 through Revelations 22:6, and we will read it. That's a big wow. Okay. So let's move on into Revelations here now. All right, look. Yahuchanan, okay? The writer here, or the scribe of Revelation, when it took dictation from Yahusha and wrote Revelation, which means the revealing or the revealing of Yahusha HaMashiach, or really it's the revelation or the revealing of the second coming of Yahusha HaMashiach. That's what Revelations is all about, the second coming of Yahusha. Okay? Which is spiritual as well. So John here, Yahuchanan, that wrote Revelations, I think saw more of the spiritual dimension than anyone else in Scripture, including Enoch and Elijah. I really do. I mean, Revelations is loaded with visions that John got to see. He saw the resurrection, the resurrected Messiah. He saw him in his spiritual form as the Ancient of Days. He got to see the future leading up to the wrath of Hashatan, the tribulation years. He got to see the coming of the Messiah. He got to see the millennium reign. He got to see the new city that was prepared by Yahuwah that we just read about, coming down from Yahuwah to house his spiritual children. He got to see the eternal reign. He got to see the consummation of the bride. He got to see the oneness of the bride in Yahusha as one. I mean, he got to see a lot, man. He got to see the throne and the one sitting on the throne. I mean, Yahuwah saw more, got more vision of heaven than anyone else, I think. And so we'll read some here then. So Yahuwah saw the future, the spiritual realm, the throne, the future, the millennium reign, eternal reign, the marriage of the Lamb, the city coming down. I mean, I don't want to read the entire book of Revelation, but pretty much if you did, it's all one big vision of what Yahuwah saw in the spiritual dimension. It's very powerful stuff, man. All right. So let's look at some of it. We can't look at all of it, but we'll look at some of it. Let's look at Revelations 1:10. He definitely saw into the spiritual dimension here. It's a no-brainer. But let's look at Revelations 1:10. I came to be in the Ruach. So he came to be in the spiritual realm, the Ruach, the spiritual dimension, okay, where the Ruach is. So I came to be in the Ruach on the day of Yahuwah. And so he entered into the spiritual dimension, and Yahuwah gave him a glimpse of the day of Yahuwah, which happens at the second coming of Yahusha. He got to see that in a vision. Okay, so it's futuristic, but he had to enter into the Ruach, the spiritual dimension, in order to see this. Okay, and that's what that means. And it's, I think, pretty obvious. But before we go there, look up here at 7, Revelations 1:7. See, he is coming with the clouds, and every eye shall see him, even they who pierced him, and all the tribes of the earth shall mourn because of him. Yes, amen. So there it is again. He is coming with the clouds. There's some clouds again. There's those clouds. The clouds takes us all the way back, doesn't it? All the way back to the tabernacle in Exodus. We've been seeing that all the way through this study, haven't we? Yahuwah is in the clouds, man. The clouds of Yahuwah. It's very powerful revelation. If you can accept it, it's powerful. Okay. And so, like I said, I want to go there. I don't want to drag you into too much spiritual depth. I just want you to see the surface right now, and I'm sure you're seeing it. I mean, how can you not? If you say you're not seeing it, then you're not listening. You haven't heard a word that Scripture has told you. If you're saying, I don't see it. I mean, it's undeniable, overwhelming proof that there's a spiritual dimension and a carbon dimension. All right. So anyways, there's that cloud again in 1:7. A loud voice as of a trumpet saying, I am the Aleph and the Tau, the first and the last, and write in the book what you see and send it to the 7 assemblies of Asia. So here we go. Now he's hearing not only is he seeing into the Ruach and seeing the day of Yahuwah, he's now hearing a spiritual voice coming from the spiritual dimension, which is Yahuwah. And I turned, 12 up to 12, and I turned to see the voice which spoke with me. Don't forget now, he is in the Ruach. He's in the spiritual dimension here. And I turned to see the voice which spoke with me, and having turned, I saw 7 gold lampstands, which is the menorah. So he sees in the spiritual realm. Not only seeing the spiritual realm, he must be in the dwelling place of Yahuwah, the tabernacle, the golden lampstands. And in the midst of the 7 lampstands, this is the menorah, one like the son of Adam, looked like a man, one person looking like a man, dressed in a robe down to the feet and girded about the chest with a golden band. and his head and hair were white as white wool. As it was white as wool, it didn't appear as wool, but it was white as white wool can be, as snow. See that? So it's talking about the color, not the context of it. If it's long and straight or real curly like an afro, it really doesn't say. Is that important? No. The truth is. So here we're seeing that his head and his hair were white as white wool and snow. This is obviously speaking of the color of the hair, not the conformation of it. And his eyes is a flame of fire, and his feet like burnished brass, as if refined in a furnace, and his voice as the sound of many waters. So there we go, man. I mean, this is basically suggesting the same exact description as we read in Daniel 7, verse 9 of Ancient of Days. Okay, so it's the same thing. John's seeing the same vision, apparently, as Daniel saw in Daniel 7:9. So they both got a glimpse of the heaven or the spiritual dimension. They both saw the same thing. It's one that is like the Ancient of Days. That's what it sounds like. So there's no doubt here that John saw into the spiritual dimension because he saw the same exact thing as Daniel did. And out and in his right hand he had 7 stars, and out of his mouth went a sharp two-edged sword, and his face was as the sun shining in its strength. There's that face shining like the sun in its full strength, full power, like at noontime again. And so you wouldn't be able to look upon that. Okay, so there it is again. I mean, he's seen the same type vision as Kepha and Jacob and Yahuchanan and as Moshe also. That his face was shining bright as the sun and its full strength. Obviously you couldn't look upon that. So John was definitely seeing into the spiritual dimension here. He saw into heaven. There's no doubt about it. And down to 19, it says, write therefore what you have seen. Well, he just did. He just told us what he saw, and he saw the Ancient of Days. He saw exactly the same thing as some other fellas did. And he looked at, got the glimpse up into the spiritual dimension and saw Yahuwah. All righty. And both what is now, which is chapter 2 and 3, speaking of the 7 assemblies of Asia Minor, and what shall take place after these. So the futuristic predictions or the future that was shown to John of what's happening both in this carbon world and in the spiritual dimension starts in chapter 4 and proceeds through the rest of the book. What did I just say? I just told you that the prophecies begin in chapter 4. The chapter 1 is what he already seen, was the past. He saw that and he wrote what he just saw, makes it the past. And then the assemblies, the 7 assemblies, were what was going on in the present era at this exact time period that Yahuchanan was on Patmos. And then starting in chapter 4 is prophetic. And there it goes into everything that's happening into the future. It's pretty clear here what Yahuwah was telling him to write about, the past, present, and future. Okay? So, yeah, Yahuchanan definitely saw into heaven. And then, like I said, you can read all the way through here and hear about all this. But here's a really cool revelation here in chapter 4 and 5 of Revelations with Yahuchanan. So John saw through a door. He saw into the spiritual dimension by looking through a door. I wonder what door he was looking through to see the spiritual dimension. Wait a minute. Isn't Yahusha the door? Yeah, he is. So if the people are called by his name, the Yehuda, the people, the tribe of Yehuda, and we take out the D, what do we have? Yahuwah. So we put back in the D, which is the delta, which is the door, which we open and we go through from the carbon copy world into the spiritual world, then we have to go through the door. The door being Yahusha. Yehuda. After this, I looked and I saw a door having been opened in the heaven. There you go. Yahusha is the door. He opened up the way from impurity to purity, or from the carbon copied world, the forgery, into the reality, into the spiritual dimension, the spiritual world where truth and love resides. You got to go through Yahusha or the Ruach HaKodesh. The Ruach HaKodesh indwelling in you. You're a spiritual being now. You should see through the eyes of Yahuwah because you have spiritual eyesight now. And you can see the spiritual things of Yahuwah. Through the door. Peek through the door like John did. Heaven opened in the heaven. And the first voice which I heard was like a trumpet speak with me, saying, come up here. So come up here, up into the heaven. Come up here into the spiritual realm. Get out of that miry muck. Get out of that pit. Climb out of the pit and come up here into the spiritual realm where truth and love resides. And I shall show you what has to take place after this. So see, there it is. This is the beginning of the prophetic or predictions, the future of mankind. It's really revealing the second coming of Yahusha is what it is, and it starts in chapter 4. All the events, all the activities, all the history that leads up to the second coming is in this book. That's how you know when he's coming. You think it's important to Yahusha that you know when he's coming, when he's at the door knocking? You better believe it. Why he take time to come down here and reveal all this to Yahukanan to us if he didn't want us to know when he's coming back? Because this entire book is all about him coming back, his second coming, and all the signs leading up to it. So I think it's pretty important on the mind of Yahusha that we should know when he's coming back. So all those that say that we no man know, I disagree with you. I say he wants us to know, even when he's at the door. Need to understand Hebrew literature, language, alphabet, idioms, parables, before you can understand that Yahusha wants you to know when he's coming back. Because this entire book's about Yahusha's second coming, revealing his second coming and all the events, activities, history, and everything that's going to lead up to it. And it's not a very long time from now. So anyway, let's continue to read 4 and 5. I mean, why not? Ruach and saw a throne. Okay, so, and immediately I came to be, and come up here, right? And immediately I came to be in the Ruach. He came into the spiritual dimension. Immediately, he was taken away up out of this carbon copy world into the spiritual dimension, just like Elijah, just like Enoch, and some others were. Okay? And so I came to be in the Ruach, or the spiritual dimension, and saw a throne set in the heaven, and one sit on the throne, which means there's only one throne. So one sit on the throne, not on the thrones. Okay, so there's only one throne and one sitting on it. That's what Yahukanan saw. And he who sat there was like a jasper and a ruby stone in appearance. And there was a rainbow around the throne, like an emerald in appearance. And now we read that in Enoch. So that collaborates with Enoch's testimony. And around the throne were 24 thrones, and on the thrones I saw 24 elders sitting, dressed in white robes. So you got one throne, one sitting on the throne, and then below that, or surrounding that one throne at a lower level, is 24 thrones with 24 elders sitting, dressed in white robes. And they had crowns of gold on their heads, and out of the throne came lightnings and thunders and voices. That's what same thing Enoch said. That was part of Enoch's testimony as well. And 7 lamps of fire were burning before the throne, which would be the menorah, which are the 7 winds of Yahuwah, indicating his omnipotence and his omnipotence and his omniscience, all. And before the throne, there was a sea of glass like crystal. Wow, where did we hear that? There was crystals up there in heaven. Oh, yeah, that was in Enoch too. He talked about crystals, didn't he? Well, Yahuwah saw them crystals as well. He sure did, like crystal. And in the midst of the throne and around the throne were 4 living creatures covered with eyes in front and back. There's seraphim, the seraphim again. There they are, those weird creatures with eyes all over them. And that was in Ezekiel. And the first living creature was like a lion, and the second living creature like a calf, and the third living creature had a face like a man, and the fourth living creature was like a flying eagle. That was all in Ezekiel. And the 4 living creatures, each having 6 wings, were covered with eyes around and within, and they do not cease day and night, saying, Kadesh, 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 or set apart, set apart, set apart, Yahuwah El Shaddai, who was and who is coming. And who is coming? Well, who is coming? Yahusha at his second coming. There he is, El Shaddai. It's Yahuwah El Shaddai, who was, who is, and who is coming. At the second coming, he's coming back. At his second coming. It's Yahusha, man. Yahuwah. Yahusha is Yahuwah incarnated. Now, when the living creatures give esteem and respect and thanks to him who sits on the throne, who lives forever and ever, the 24 elders fell down before him who sits on the throne. Him who sits on the throne. So there's only one person on the throne, one person. And bow before him who lives forever and ever. And they cast their crowns before the throne, saying, You are worthy, Yahuwah, to receive esteem and respect and power, for you have created all, and because of your desire, they are and were created. And we all know that the Word created everything. All right, Yahusha was the creator. So it's Yahusha is Yahuwah incarnated. There's no doubt about it. He's just playing different roles. Just like me, man. I can be here. I can be a man. I can be a teacher. I can be a plumber. I can be a truck driver. I can be a baseball player. I can be a fisherman. I can be an uncle. I can be a cousin. I can be a brother. I can be a business owner, a boss. And on and on and on, and still be the same person. I can play all those different roles, but yet be the same person. The same with Yahuwah. He can play all the roles he wants to and still be the one living Elohim. And he is. Yahuwah is one. Okay, so let's look at 5. And I saw in the right hand of him who sat on the throne a scroll written inside and on the back, having been sealed with 7 seals. And I saw a powerful messenger. See, I saw. So he's still in the spiritual realm. He's still seeing the spiritual realm where Yahuwah resides. He's seeing the 7th realm and the spiritual dimension. And I saw a powerful messenger proclaim with a loud voice, who is worthy to open the scroll and to loosen its seals? And no one in the heaven or on the earth or under the earth was able to open the scroll or to look at it. That means nobody had the perfect blood in order to sacrifice. That's what that's talking about. We were all in the dark. We were all in big trouble. We were looking at death, staring death in the eyes, permanent death, eternal death. And I wept much because no one was found worthy to open and read the scroll or to look at it. And one of the others said to me, do not weep. See, the Lion of the tribe of Yehuda, that's definitely Yahusha, the offshoot of Daud, overcame to open the scroll and to loosen its 7 seals. And I looked in the spiritual dimension, he's still there, and saw in the midst of the throne and of the 4 living creatures. See, these 4 living creatures are all around that throne all the time, but it doesn't mention the wheels like Ezekiel did in a few other places. So this seems to me that it's saying Yahuwah can go anywhere he wants to go. This is what it seems to me. That is like his throne ain't stationary, man. It's wherever he wants it to be. He's everywhere all the time. It's speaking of his omnipotence for sure. And I looked and I saw in the midst of the throne and of the 4 living creatures, in the midst of the elders, a lamb standing, as having been slain, having 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 winds of Yahuwah sent out into all the earths. So common sense tells us here that this is not a real lamb, dead lamb that's been slain, standing up. It's also a lamb. This is not literal because a lamb doesn't have 7 horns and 7 eyes. If it did, it'd be a product of the Chernobyl nuclear disaster zone, in which are the 7 winds of Yahuwah. So basically what this is telling you is that in the midst of the throne, the one standing on the throne, which in the midst of that throne, that one throne, the one on it is Yahusha. That's what it's telling you, the Lamb of Yahuwah. So it's Yahuwah in his spiritual body, firstborn of all creation, sitting on the throne. And he's omnipotent, omnipresent, and omnipotent. Okay, that's what that's saying. And he came in and took the scroll out of the right hand of him sitting on the throne, which means he inherited all power and authority to do his will. Okay, it doesn't mean that there's 2 people up there. Okay, that's American mindset. We're talking Hebrew here. Literature, alphabet, everything Hebrew. Okay, get rid of the American mindset. You got to get down into your Hebrew roots to understand these things, some of these things. Or definitely got to get into the Ruach HaKodesh and become a spiritual child and enter into the spiritual dimension so that you can see through the eyes of Yahuwah and understand these spiritual meanings, these Hebrew meanings behind these things. We're taught as children in America to take this KJV literally. So people they're blinding you. They're putting on blinders on top of your eyes that are already got scales on them, and they're double blinding you. They don't want you to see nothing. Okay. And so they say, do it literally, take it literally. It's all literal. Well, they're taking away the spiritual insight, which is preventing you from being a spiritual being. Okay. The only way out is to find Yahuwah. Help Yahuwah can open up your eyes to understand the scriptures, man. Make a spiritual child out of you instead of a fleshly child, a dust man. He'll make you a spiritual being born from above. That way you can understand these things. Until then, refrain from speaking because you're going to be saying things you'll probably be embarrassed about later on when Yahuwah does give you the truth. you'll be done a lot of contaminating and damage before you find out the truth if you keep running your mouth. So just keep it to yourself until you get a full understanding of what this means. Okay, Yahuwah is one. He plays all these roles, and we're dealing with a lot of Hebraic idioms here. And you don't understand them, you're in big trouble, because there's only one rule for an idiom, and that rule is do not take it literal. So for them to teach you to take it literal is totally against any common sense at all. Anything. It's just totally wrong. Violating the only rule that goes with idioms, and that's that you do not take them literal. But yet they teach you to take them literal. It's ridiculous. Okay, so let's get back to it. And he came and took the hand of his right hand of him sitting on the throne. And when he took the scroll, the 4 living creatures and 24 elders fell down before the Lamb, each holding a harp and golden bowl filled with incense, which are the prayers of the saints, or the Kadeshim, set apart ones. And they sing a renewed song, saying, "You are worthy to take the scroll and to open its seals, because you were slain and have redeemed us to Yahuwah by your blood out of every tribe and tongue and people and nation, and made us sovereigns and priests to our Yahuwah, and we shall reign upon the Eretz." So there you go. The Ruach HaKodesh shed his own blood. In Acts 20:28, the Ruach HaKodesh purchased us with his own blood. In Revelations 1:5, Yahusha shed his own blood for redemption of our sins. And so it basically letting us know that Yahuwah, Yahusha, and the Ruach HaKodesh are all the same one living Elohim, the same being. All right. So Acts 20:28 and Revelations 1:5, if you will. All right. So there you go. Powerful, powerful stuff, man. Let's finish that chapter. And I looked and I heard the voice of many Malachim, or angels, around the throne, and the living creatures and the elders. And the number of them was myriads and thousands of thousands, saying with a loud voice, "Worthy is the Lamb, having been slain, to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and respect and esteem and blessings." This is the Yahuwah's body, the firstborn of all creation. It's the same thing as Yahuwah. Just like my body's the same as my being, and body are one. Mix up the person I am. Same thing. Yahuwah's body, the firstborn of all creation, the Word, in him is the Ruach, and dwell in his body. It's the same person, same being. And every creature which is in the heaven and on the earths and under the earths, and such as are in the sea and all that are in them, I heard saying, to him sitting on the throne and to the Lamb be the blessing and the respect and the esteem and the might forever and ever. Now to him who's sitting on the throne is Yahuwah, who is spirit, and to the Lamb, which is the body of Yahuwah, the Word, the firstborn of all creation, Yahusha. That's his body. That's why they're not individuals, they're the same being. It's just Yahuwah in spiritual form inside of his firstborn of all creation, his spiritual body sitting on the throne. The Ruach doesn't have to sit anywhere. He's a Ruach, but if he's got a body, then he's sitting on his throne. He's in his body, sitting on his rump. It's like he was in a body when he walked past the cliff and showed Moses his backside. He had a backside. He had a face that Moses wasn't allowed to look at. He had a hand he placed over the hole in the cliff. He had a mouth and he spoke his name. So as he put the hand over there, Moses couldn't see who it was. So he said, "I'll proclaim who I am," and I'll walk by. So he stuck his hand there, means he had a hand. And then he said, "Yahuwah." So he spoke his name. Saw his backside, means he had a back. He was walking, so he had feet. He was in a body, man. Just like he is here sitting on the throne. The firstborn of all creation. He's in his body and the Ruach's in him. Just like I'm sitting here on this chair. If it was just my Ruach sitting here, not my body, you wouldn't see me. It would look like an empty seat. But since I'm in my body and you're seeing me, I'm appearing to you, with my vessel and my ruach's inside that you can't see, then here I am, the one person sitting on this one chair in front of you. Same thing. It's not hard to understand at all. And the four living creatures said, Amen. And the 24 elders fell down and bowed before him who lives forever and ever, because he's Ruach. So it's eternal reign. The spiritual dimensions are eternal. Okay, so here we go. Let's take a look at Revelations 11:9. Now, this may rattle you, but hey, truth is truth. Okay, so now that we know that there's a spiritual realm and a carbon copy realm, and it's just a forgery or a copy, a temporal copy that's going to be burned up of everything that's in the spiritual realm. We don't need anything in this carbon copy world to take into the spiritual dimension with us when time comes, because it's all going to be destroyed. You don't have to take it with us because it's already there. This is just a copy of everything that's already there. Why would we have to take anything with us in this fake matrix of existence? We don't. It's already there. It's spiritual. It's eternal. It's everlasting. It's there. You don't have to take anything in there. Neither does Yahuwah. Yahuwah come down here to dwell among us to help get us out of this prison we're in. But he couldn't just come down here. He wanted to dwell among us. He needed a set apart place to dwell that was spiritual. Okay? And so he made a spiritual dwelling in this carbon copy reality to be with us. And that was the tabernacle. You see it? But it was nothing different. It was only a copy of what was real in the spiritual dimension. That's our home. This is like our home, but it's just a hard copy of it, man, that's temporal and it's going to disappear. So Revelations 11:19, in conjunction with Exodus 25, says, and the mishkan of Yahuwah was opened in the heaven. In the spiritual dimension, it was open. And he could see into the dwelling place of Yahuwah. And the ark of his covenant was seen in his temple. And there came be lightnings and voices and thunders and an earthquake and great hail. So this is a conclusion that ends with the day of Yahuwah. So this is speaking of the seven trumpets. And the conclusion to this story of the seven trumpets is the same conclusion that the seven seals ends with and the seven vials or bowls ends with. All three ends with the same conclusion, which is absolute proof that this is not in chronological order. Rather, it's the same revelation given in a short time frame, a medium time frame, and a longer time frame. That's all they are. It's not chronological order at all. This is proof of it because they all three have the same conclusion. They all conclude with the day of Yahuwah. And when you hear that, and there came to be lightnings and voices and thunders and an earthquake and great hail, you know that this is speaking of the day of Yahuwah. Okay, so the trumpets ends there. That's the conclusion of that presentation of the last days, or the second coming of Yahusha, I should say. All right, so there you go. John got to see into the temple of Yahuwah in the heaven, and he saw the Ark of the Covenant. It's the only thing it really mentions, but I'm pretty sure he saw the showbread table, the incense, the menorah, the Holy of Holies. He saw everything in there because it was what was on the earth. There was an exact, precise copy of what was up there. Okay? So there you go. And then Revelations 21, 22. Right. So, Revelations 21 and 22 is very powerful thing here that John saw. I mean, we could go on and on here, but he saw armies in the heaven back here in 19. He saw the dragon seized and thrown into the pit. He saw the false prophet and the beast thrown into the pit. He saw the dragon seized and chained up, bound up for 1,000 years. This is all he saw. All this in the future, you know. He was as he was looking into the spiritual realm. He was shown all this, and then he saw the first resurrection of the dead, and he saw the millennium reign. He saw the great white throne judgment, and all the dead being judged. He saw the second resurrection of the dead and the great white throne judgment. And then in 21, it gets real interesting because he starts seeing into eternity. And it goes through 21 and 22. He gets a glimpse into eternity, which is very powerful, man. So I saw a renewed heaven and a renewed earth, for the former heaven and the former rest had passed away, and the sea is no more. And so you see, I believe that this is the new heaven and the new earth. I think the renewed heaven and the new earth is during the millennium reign, when everything's restored. There's supposed to be a total restoration of everything. Everything's supposed to be restored. All things, you know, the restoration of all things during the millennium reign. So it should be back the way the earth should have conducted itself, basically. Okay. Not the mess that Satan and man made out of it, but the way we should have conducted ourselves in order to gain a pardon for what we've done. You know, we should, in other words, instead of going backwards and falling worse and more and more and more and getting worse and worse and worse in sin like we have, we should have been trying to achieve perfection and trying to not sin anymore, you know, and not make matters worse. So I'm saying, so I think the millennium reign corrects that, and it's peace and just joy and everything, following Yahusha in the way that we should have conducted ourselves after the fall. But the way we did it was horrible. I mean, we went from a sinner to saturated in sin, you know, just totally went off the hook, over the top, okay? So anyway, and so I think after the millennium reign, we see new heaven and new earth, okay? Which it will all be, obviously, will be a spiritual habitation, spiritual dimension. Carbon copy be gone. It won't exist. I know a lot of Christians out there teach you that the earth's going to be restored and we're going to still be in the flesh and blood, and you're just not going to die. Everything is going to be restored and we're going to be here on the earth just like we are now. But Scripture's plain and clear, folks. Flesh and blood cannot inherit the reign of Yahuwah because it's spiritual. We can't live with immortality, have everlasting life in this flesh and blood body, because this flesh and blood body was meant to die. So we can't. It just cannot be. They're wrong. They're teaching something that's incorrect. Okay, so anyway, there's no more sea either. See, the rich have passed away, and the sea is no more. And now Yahuwah saw the set apart city, New Jerusalem, coming down out of the heaven. So this has to be new, because Jerusalem coming down out of the heaven means it's in the spiritual realm. It's going to come down to the spiritual earth, down onto out of the heaven from Yahuwah, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. Okay, so this could be could be metaphoric here now. So Yahuwah and his bride will live in the new city. And this is metaphoric of Yahusha's body of light. Yahuwah's body of light, with Yahusha being the head, and the chosen or the election being the living stones that erect the temple, their temple of Yahuwah in the spiritual realm. Now here on this carbon copied planet, it's a prison yard, man. And I heard a loud voice from the heavens saying, see, the sukkah of Yahuwah is with men. The tent of Yahuwah is with men, which is the body or the assembly of Yahusha. And he shall dwell with them, and they shall be his people, and Yahuwah himself shall be with them and be their Yahuwah. And Yahuwah shall wipe away every tear from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, no mourning, no crying, and there shall be no more pain. For the former things have passed away. See, they're gone. And he who was sitting on the throne, he, not them, but he who was sitting on the throne, not thrones, but throne, one sitting on the throne, said, see, I make all things new. See, that's what I'm talking about. So all former things have passed away. And he said, and Yahuwah himself says, see, I make all things new. It's going to be a spiritual world, man, of spiritual existence. And he said to me, write, for these words are true and trustworthy. And he said to me, it is done. I am the leaf and the tall, the beginning and the end. So it is done means this carbon copy world, man's reign, this prison planet is gone. It's done. It's over. It's not going to be here anymore. It's done. Now we're going to be we're going to be spiritual children under the reign of a spiritual creator. And we're going to be living in a spiritual dimension of it's going to be eternal. It's going to be forever. So it will not end. It's done. The reign of Yahuwah is coming now. The reign of Satan and men is over. No more need for this carbon copy world. It's gone. I am the leaf and the tall, beginning and the end. To the one who thirsts, I shall give him the fountain of the water of life without payment, the Ruach HaKodesh, you. The one who overcomes shall inherit all this, and I shall be his Yahuwah, and he shall be my son. But as for the cowardly and the untrustworthy, the abominable and the murderers, and those who whore, and drug sorcerers and idolaters, and all the false, their part is in the lake which burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. So this will be eternal death, complete darkness, total annihilation, complete separation from the light, from Yahuwah, no life, no light, no nothing, no existence. And one of the seven messengers who had held the seven bowls filled with the seven last plagues came to me and spoke with me, saying, come, and I shall show you the bride, the lamb's Asha. And he carried me away in the Ruach to a great and high mountain and showed me the great city, the Kadesh, or set apart Jerusalem, descending out of the heaven from Yahuwah, coming from the spiritual realm. Okay, down onto the spiritual new earth is what I believe it's talking about. Having the esteem of Yahuwah, and her light was like the most precious stone, like a jasper stone, clear as crystal. There's that crystal again. We heard in Enoch, and having a great and high wall. Ooh, that sounds something like Enoch said too about those high walls. having 12 gates, at the gates 12 messengers, and names written on them, which are the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. 3 gates on the east, 3 on the north, 3 on the south, 3 on the west. And the wall of the city had 12 foundations. And on them were the names of the 12 emissaries of the Lamb. And he spoke with me, had a gold measuring rod to measure the city and its gates and its walls. It goes down through the size. Go to 21, it says, and the 12 gates were 12 pearls. So the pearly gates are on the new city coming from Yahuwah. Each one of the gates was a single pearl, and the streets of the city were clean gold like transparent glass. And I saw no temple in it, for Yahuwah El Shaddai is the temple and the Lamb. And so here's pretty clear then that the city is not the bride, but the bride are those who live in it. It's the mansion that has many rooms, okay, that Yahuwah was talking about. Yahusha and his body are the living stones that make up the temple that Yahuwah indwells. It's like he does now. He indwells us now. Okay. So the Lamb is the body. Okay. Yahusha is the light, or the lamp. Okay. So the Lamb or the assembly, the body of Yahusha, is the lamp. Okay. And Yahuwah is the oil, or the light, or the fire that burns. The fire burns because of the oil, right? So the Yahuwah is the light or the fire in the city. Okay, this is what it's saying. And the city had no need of the sun nor of the moon to shine in it, for the esteem of Yahuwah lighted it, and the Lamb is its lamp. See that? It's Yahuwah's vessel, or the assembly, the body of Yahusha is the vessel. It's the body of the believers, man. Possibly the 144,000 is what I think. So Yahuwah's Ruach is the wick, or the fire, the light, and or the oil that burns. Okay. Yahusha and his body, or the assembly, is the lamp. All right. The Lamb is its lamp. And the nations of all those who are delivered. So the nations of all those who are delivered means there's going to be a ton of people in the reign of Yahuwah. The nations, not nation, nations. So there's going to be a lot of people in the reign of Yahuwah. So everybody says there's only be a handful of people there. I haven't read that verse. And the nations of those who are delivered shall walk in its light, and the sovereigns of the Eretz bring their esteem into it. So nations applies, there's many people, and the sovereigns of the Eretz bring their esteem into it applies that there's going to be kings and priests and nations in the new earth, the spiritual earth. And its gates shall not be shut at all by day, and night shall not be there, for day shall not be there. And they shall bring the esteem and the appreciation of the nations into it, and there shall by no means enter into it whatever is unclean, neither anyone doing abomination and falsehood, but only those who are written in the Lamb's scroll of life. So only those who have immortal bodies have eternal life, sin-proof, immortal bodies. And he showed me a river of water of life, clear as a crystal, coming from the throne of Yahuwah and of the Lamb. In the middle of its street and on either side of the river was the tree of life, which bore 12 fruits, each tree yielding its fruit each moon. And the leaves of the trees were of the healing of the nations. And no longer shall there be any curse. And the throne of Yahuwah and of the Lamb shall be in it, and his servant shall serve him. So one throne, Yahuwah, in his body, bodily form, will be sitting on the one throne, and all his servants will serve him. And they shall see his face, and his name shall be in their foreheads. Everybody will know his name. There'll be one Elohim and one name. And night shall be no more, and they shall have no need of a lamp or the light of the sun, because Yahuwah shall give them light, and they shall reign forever and ever. Because Yahuwah, so that must be Yahuwah and his body, Yahusha, who comes in his Father's name. So Yahuwah, it's the same person, right? Shall give them light, and they shall reign forever and ever. So that's about the end of the city there. It begins in like verse 9, 21:9, and goes on here into 22:5. Ends the vision of the new city, or the mansion that has many rooms. I go there, and the Father has a mansion, prepare a place for you, and it has many rooms. So where I am, you shall be also. Right? Well, that's in the spiritual dimension. He's in the spiritual dimension. That's where we're going to be also, and we're going to be living in this new city. This new Jerusalem, coming from the spiritual realm. Everything will be in the spiritual realm. This carbon copy world will be gone. All right. So with that, I just want to wrap up with a few verses here, scattered verses, and then we'll finish in this. So let's look at John. Let's go look at in the book of John, chapter 3, verses 12 and 13. Well, let me back up to 6. So 3, 6. Well, I guess I'm going to have to read 1 through 13 here for it to make any sense. Okay, so John 3, 1 through 13. And there was a man of the Pharisees, Nicodemus was his name, a ruler of the Yehudim. This one came to Yahusha by night and said to him, Rabbi, we know that you are a teacher come from Elohim, for no one is able to do these signs you do if Elohim is not with him. Yahusha answered and said to him, Truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is begotten from above, he is unable to see the reign of Yahuwah. So begotten from above means you've been impregnated with the seed of Yahuwah, which is the Ruach HaKodesh. So that means you're born from above. You're now in the spiritual realm. You're a spiritual child born of Yahuwah now. You've been impregnated with the seed of Yahuwah, which is the Ruach HaKodesh. Nicodemus said to him, How is a man able to be begotten when he is old? Is he able to enter back into his mother's womb a second time and be born? Yahusha answered, Truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is begotten of water and the Ruach, he is unable to enter into the reign of Yahuwah. And this is huge here. That which has been begotten of the flesh is flesh, and that which has been begotten of the Ruach is Ruach. That's huge. Okay, so if you're in the flesh, you're still in this carbon-copied world, you're in the flesh, it's temporal, you're going to die. If you're in the spiritual dimension, you were born of the Ruach, you're now a spiritual child, and you have a spiritual father, you will live. And it's because the spiritual dimension is eternal. It's forever. Do not marvel that I said to you, you have to be begotten from above. The Ruach breeze, this is talking about the wind now, the breeze, not the Ruach HaKodesh in 8. The Ruach breeze where it wishes, and you hear the sound of it, but do not know where it comes from and where it goes. So is everyone who has been begotten of the Ruach. Now, this is speaking of the Ruach HaKodesh. Now, Nicodemus answered and said to him, How is it possible for this to take place? Yahusha answered and said to him, Are you the teacher of Yezreel and do not know this? Truly, truly, I say to you, we speak what we know and witness what we have seen, and you do not receive our witness. Now, this is huge right here in 12. If you do not believe when I spoke to you about earthly matters, how are you going to believe when I speak to you about the heavenly matters? And no one has gone up into the heaven except he who came down from the heaven, the son of Adam. Okay, so that's kind of huge statement right there, and a very difficult one to explain. Okay, because Scripture tells us that people has seen into the heaven, and a few people was taken up into the heaven. And Paul said the third heaven. Enoch says he went there, and Elijah was taken up in a whirlwind. Whether or not he went to heaven or not, I don't know, but it sounds like he did, at least to see it. So anyway, interesting here, hard to explain, but the focus point here is, when I spoke to you about earthly matters, how are you going to believe when I speak to you about heavenly matters if you don't understand the earthly matters? And so, in other words, man, unless you don't, if you can't get it literally, the scriptures of truth literally, if you don't see the literal understanding and understand what you're reading literally, how in the world are you going to get the spiritual insight out of it and being able to enter into the spiritual realm and worship Yahuwah in spirit and truth if you can't understand the literal meaning in these pages? See, that's what he's saying. A lot of people have trouble with the literal meaning, much less the spiritual meaning. They're just totally lost. They don't even know it exists. So Yehukanan 4, 21 through 24. Yahusha said to her, Asha, believe me, the hour is coming when you shall neither on this mountain nor in Jerusalem worship the Father. You worship what you do not know. We worship what we know because the deliverance is of the Yehudim. This is so powerful. Okay, and so the hours come when you shall neither mountain nor Jerusalem. You worship what you do not know because they're living in the fleshly world. They don't even know. They don't understand the earthly matters. They're living in this carbon copied world, thinking this is their reality. I mean, they even teach when you die, you go to a place called heaven, and then you come back to live back on this earthly world again, this carbon copy world again for eternity. In these same bodies. I mean, what? Except you're immortal. So see, they don't know what they worship because they worship the earth. They worship the creation instead of the creator. They build totem poles, statues, false gods. You know, they name them. They worship them. They bow down to them. They carve them out of rock and stone. They can't even talk, see, or hear, smell, or walk. They carry them wherever they want them to go and sit them down and bow down and worship them. They made them with their own hands, but yet they bow down to them. Don't you think if you make something with your own hands, you're above that something? Shouldn't that thing be bowing down to you? You're its creator. Why are you bowing down to your creation? You made it with your own hands. You see, so they're worldly. They're worldly. That's what this means. They do not know what they worship. Okay. We worship what we know because the deliverances of the Yehudim. We worship what we know because we're walking in the spirit and the truth. We know the one true living Yahuwah exists, and he lives in the spiritual dimension, and we have to return back to that spiritual dimension. We got to go back home. This isn't our home. We're not from here. Okay? So we worship what we know, and that's a spiritual one Elohim, who is spiritual. He's a spirit dwelling in unapproachable light. So we know who we worship. We're servants of righteousness. Okay, we worship who we obey. All right, so we know. But the hour is coming, and now is, when the true worshipers shall worship the Father in spirit and truth, ruach and truth, in the spiritual realm and truth. That's where truth is. It's what's original. It's what's real. It's reality. For the Father also seeks such to worship him. He wants those who can achieve spiritual insight and enter into the spiritual realm where he is. Come back home. Leave this carbon copied world that's unreal. It's not real here. It's temporal, and go into eternity with him in the spiritual dimension and worship him in spirit and truth. Go back home where we can go back through the door and go back home, Yahusha. We can look through the door into the spiritual realm, which is our real home. And we need to go back there, get back to there. Elohim is Ruach, and those who worship him need to worship in Ruach and truth. See that? You need to. Not only is Yahuwah seeking those to worship him, that can worship him in spirit and truth, get into the spiritual realm with him, and worship him on set-apart ground now. Set-apart ground is spiritual. It's like Torah spiritual. Worship him. They need, he says, need to worship in Ruach and truth. You have to. You got to do it. Okay? Extremely powerful, man. Okay, so just a few more. We'll be done. Romans 8, 1 through 17. 1 through 17. Romans 8. Extremely powerful stuff. Extremely powerful stuff. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. We're getting there. All right. 8, 1 through 17. There is then now no condemnation to those who are in Mashiach Yahusha, who do not walk according to the flesh, but according to the Ruach. See that? So you're set apart to Yahuwah. You're walking in the spirit, man. You're a spiritual being. You're not walking in the dust anymore. You got the covering of the cloud. Okay, the Ruach's in you. You're the tabernacle with all the furnishings and everything in it. Okay, and now you're set apart to Yahuwah. You're no longer walking in the dust. You're not a dustman anymore. You're a spiritual child with a spiritual father. How powerful is that? For the Torah of the Ruach of the life in Mashiach Yahusha has set me free from the law of sin and death. So there it is. You know where it says, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. And it says the truth will set you free. Well, this is what it's talking about. You see, you hear so many people talking about that and saying different things. But this is what this is really talking about. The truth will set you free. For the Torah of the Ruach of the life in Mashiach Yahusha has set me free from the law of sin and death. So the Torah of the Ruach of the life. So your spiritual awakening, man. And when you've crossed over and became a spiritual child, you've been set free from the law of sin and death because you're no longer part of this carbon copied world. You're no longer a fleshly dust man. You're a spiritual child with a spiritual father. You've entered into the spiritual realm. You've been set apart. You've crossed over and through the door. You no longer dwell in the carbon copy forgery. You're now dwelling in the spiritual dimension, which is truth and eternal. You see it? For the Torah being powerless, in that it was weak over the flesh, couldn't do nothing to save you. Yahuwah having his own son in the likeness of flesh of sin, and concerning sin, condemned sin in the flesh, so that the righteousness of the Torah should be completed in us who do not walk according to the flesh, but according to the Ruach. Bam, there it is. I mean, how much clearer can it be? So, the righteousness of the Torah should be completed in us who do not walk according to the flesh, but according to the Ruach HaKodesh. Turn to the Ruach, you got the Ruach HaKodesh, and you've been set apart to Yahuwah, man. Come on. For those who live according to the flesh set their minds on the matters of the flesh. This is their environment. This is their home. This is where is their reality. They think this is what his existence is. They think this is truth. It's not. It's a mirage. It's a matrix. It's fake. It's just temporal. For those according to the flesh set their minds on the matter of the flesh, but those who live according to the Ruach, you've crossed over. You're now living, walking in the Ruach and in truth. You've entered the spiritual dimension. Okay, you found your way back to Yahusha through Yahuwah, through the door, which is Yahusha, who live according to the Ruach, the matters of the Ruach. So you're concerned with the matters of the Ruach, the matters that are within the spiritual dimension now. You're not concerned with what's going on in the carbon-copied world. For the mind of the flesh is death. See that? It's death here, man. You were sent here to die. This is death. This is temporal. This will not continue. But the mind of the Ruach is life and peace. See, there it is. The mind of the Ruach is life and peace, man. Because it's eternal. Because the mind of the flesh is hatred towards Yahuwah. So if you're a member of the world here, if this is your reality, you hate Yahuwah. If you've left this world and been set apart to Yahuwah, and you're now a spiritual child, then you love Yahuwah. Okay. For it does not subject itself to the Torah of Yahuwah. The flesh doesn't. This world doesn't. Neither indeed is it able. It's not even able to. So if they could say something differently or act differently, they would. But they cannot because they're part of this world. So indeed it is Torah of Yahuwah, neither indeed is it able. So the flesh is can't even do it. Got to enter into the spiritual realm, folks. Got to walk in the spiritual realm, be a spiritual child with a spiritual father, and walk in truth, which is a reality, which is eternal, everlasting life. It's the only way. It's the only way back home, man, is through the door. You got to leave this carbon-copied existence and enter into where you're from. Go back home to the spiritual dimension, where you fell from. And those who are in the flesh are unable to please Yahuwah. But you are not in the flesh, but in the Ruach. If indeed the Ruach of Yahuwah dwells in you, let's see, there's how you get into the spiritual realm, become a spiritual child. You become impregnated by Yahuwah, by the seed of Yahuwah, which is the Ruach HaKodesh. And if anyone does not have the Ruach of Mashiach, this one is not his, period. You're not a son of light. You're not a spiritual child of a spiritual father. If you do not have the Ruach HaKodesh in you, which is the same thing as saying the Ruach of Mashiach. Same thing. It's Yahuwah is one. The Ruach is Yahusha living in us. And if Mashiach is in you, the body is truly dead on account of sin. But the Ruach is life on account of righteousness. Not your righteousness, but Yahusha's righteousness in you. And if the Ruach of him who raised Yahusha from the dead dwells in you, he who raised Mashiach from the dead shall also give life to your mortal bodies through his Ruach dwelling in you. See, so you have to have the Ruach HaKodesh dwelling in you to obtain immortality, to obtain, to receive a mortal body, an immortal body. So then, brothers, we are not debtors to the flesh to live according to the flesh. For if you live according to the flesh, according to this carbon copied reality and all its little laws and everything in it, through his Ruach dwell in you. So then, brothers, we are not debtors to the flesh according to the flesh. For if you live according to the flesh, you are going to die. So you're going to die. So this carbon copy world is temporal. You're sent here to die. Unless you can get yourself out of here, receive a pardon, and go back home into where you belong in spiritual dimension, you're going to die here. You're going to die eternal death. But if by the Ruach you put to death the deeds of the body, you shall live. You got to have the Ruach, man. For as many as are led by the Ruach of Yahuwah, these are sons of Yahuwah. Spiritual children, man. For you did not receive the Ruach of bondage again to fear, but you received the Ruach of adoption, by whom we cry out, Abba, Father. The Ruach himself bears witness with our Ruach that we are children of Yahuwah. See that? Spiritual children. He's a spirit. So we're spiritual children, and we have a spiritual father now because we've entered into the spiritual realm. We've been set apart from this carbon copy world, and we've crossed over into the spiritual realm. And of children also heirs, truly heirs of Yahuwah, and co-heirs of the Mashiach, if indeed we suffer with him, in order that we also be exalted together. Wow. Okay, and let's look on into 2 Corinthians 4:18. 2 Corinthians 4:18 says, we are not looking on what is seen. We are not looking on what is seen. So what is seen is this carbon copy world. But on what is not seen. So we're looking on what is not seen, which is spiritual dimension. We want to see into the spiritual world. For what is seen passes away. But what is not seen is everlasting. So bam, there it is. This carbon copy world, which you can see, is temporal and is going to pass away. Everything is going to die. It's going to be destroyed with fire. But what is not seen, which is the spiritual world, spiritual dimension, is everlasting. That's why we got to get into that spiritual realm, because it's everlasting. See what I'm saying? And that's powerful right there. I don't know how you get more powerful than that one. And then Philippians 3:20 says, for our citizenship is in the Shemayim, from which we also eagerly wait for the deliverer. He's in the Shemayim, the Master Yahusha Mashiach, who shall change our lowly body to be conformed to his esteemed body, according to the working by which he is able even to bring all under his control. So there you go. Powerful, man. So there it is. We're going to be changed out of these fleshly, lowly bodies. They're going to be changed into immortal bodies, spiritual bodies, and we're going to dwell in the spiritual dimension, which is everlasting, through immortal bodies, through spiritual bodies. Extremely powerful, man. So last one here, Colossians 3. Colossians 3, 1 through 4 says, if then you were raised with the Mashiach, seek the things which are above. That means in the spiritual realm. Where Mashiach is, that's where he is. He wants you to be able to come where he is. You know the way, which is through the door into the spiritual realm. See, it's all making sense now, right? Seek the things which are above, where Mashiach is, seated at the right hand of Yahuwah. He's on the throne. He's the one on the throne. He is Yahuwah. He has all power and authority. That's what that means when it says seated at the right hand. He's the boss. He's the creator. He's the one with all authority. That's what it means. It's a Hebrew idiom, right hand of Yahuwah. Mind the things above. Mind the things above in the spiritual realm, not those on the arets in the carbon copied world, the forgery. For you have died. There it is, man. For you have died in the flesh, died on this death planet, and your life has been hidden with Mashiach in Yahuwah. So now you're a spiritual creature, hidden with Mashiach and Yahuwah in the spiritual world, in the set-apart place, set-apart dwelling. You're the dwelling. You're the tabernacle. You're the set-apart place now, and you're hidden. No more recognized in the flesh. You're not the same person, but you become a spiritual being in Yahuwah, hidden with Mashiach in Yahuwah. You're set apart now, just waiting for your immortal body, for your redemption, man. That's all. For you have died, and your life has been hidden with Mashiach in Yahuwah. When the Mashiach, who is our life, is manifested, when he at his second coming, then you also shall be manifested with him in esteem. You will receive your spiritual body, your immortal body, where you can live in the spiritual dimension for eternity with Yahuwah. Amen. So there it is. There's our study, folks. It was, I told you it'd be a long one, but very powerful one. And if you hung with me on it, congratulations. I'm sure that you've got great spiritual insight, at least a lot more than you had when we started. And if you didn't watch the whole thing, I encourage you to come back and watch it, but you don't want to miss this one. And so this is our journey that we've been on for a while. And it's been leading us into this point this whole time, into where we can worship Yahuwah in spirit and truth, and so that we can be spiritual children with a spiritual father and inherit eternity, go back and be part of the reign of Yahuwah, and get immortal bodies and inherit everlasting life, which we were meant to have in the beginning. So I'm hoping everybody's eyes and ears are starting to open to these spiritual matters, and we can understand the earthly matters, but we need to leave them where they belong, in the dust, and we need to concentrate on the spiritual things from above. And we need to have a good relationship with Yahuwah, a spiritual relationship with him, as we enter into the door, which is Yahusha, into the spiritual realm, and worship him in Ruach and truth. The truth sets us free from this prison planet, this carbon copy world, so that we may go back to where we came from, and that's into the spiritual realm where truth and love resides, and worship Yahuwah in spirit and truth. So that's it, folks. I thank everybody for coming. Thank all of you in the chat room. Thank everybody that stuck around and studied with me for 5 hours. And Yahuwah will surely bless you for your devotion and your tolerance and your patience. Stay in Yahuwah's peace and in his joy. Stay in the Ruach, walk in truth. Rest in Yahuwah's rest for the remaining of this evening and tomorrow until next evening. And Yahuwah Baruch all of you. Lots of peace, joy, and love to everyone. And remember to stay in love with Yahusha. See you all next week. See most of you tomorrow at Zoom at noon, 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on this channel. We're still studying Hebrews, the book of Hebrew. Okay? So long, Natsarim, beloved of Yahuwah. So long, everyone. See you next